6 p.m. So, Ms. Eugster, can we do roll call, please?
Sure. Nancy Thomas?
Here.
Member Nguyen?
Here.
Board Member Lancarte?
Here.
Board Member Jones?
Here.
President Hill?
Here. Okay, and student member may join us a little bit. Well, my board docs just went down. I don't know, it's okay.
Doesn't take him 6 tries like it does at the beginning.
Okay, moving on to agenda item 1.2, meeting practices and information. Members of the public may observe the meeting via NUSD YouTube channel, live transmission on Comcast Channel 26, or in person at the NUSD boardroom. Spanish translation will be available via Zoom, although we'll need to make special arrangements if someone does need this for this evening. So people just need to let us know. Public comment. The public will have the opportunity to address the Board of Education regarding non-agendized matters and agendized items with a live audio-only comment via Zoom with advance notice requested by email at publiccomment@newarkunified.org, a written comment by submitting a speaker card via email at publiccomment@newarkunified.org, or with live in-person comments by submitting a speaker card with the executive assistant. Okay, so moving on to agenda item 1.3, public comment on closed session items. Are there any comments, Ms. Schuster?
No, I'm talking to the translator,
Okay.
sorry.
Okay, no worries. Okay, so with that, we will recess to closed session, and during closed session, we'll be covering 3 items. So 2.1, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9, subdivision D, 2 or 3 cases. Agenda item 2.2, public employee appointment, discipline, dismissal, release, complaint, Government Code 54957, subdivision B1, title administrative assistant. And actually, this should be executive administrative assistant. So there was a typo there. So executive administrative assistant. And then the last agenda item 2.3, public employee performance evaluation, Government Code 54957, subdivision B1, title superintendent. And with that, recessing to closed session. Order at 7:10. Okay, so we are reconvening from closed session, and there are a couple of actions to report out. So the first action, hold on a second. So this item is for, this is for item 2.1, anticipated litigation, case 2024 NUSD 001 settlement agreement. We had a motion to approve staff recommendation by board members. Board member Thomas motioned, member Wen seconded, and all board members voted in favor. Okay, so that's number one. Number two, we had another action. So action taken under Government Code 54956.9. And in closed session, under the agenda item 2.1, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9, subdivision D, 2 or 3. The board considered the claim for Newark USD and took action to reject claim number 634914. Motion made by member Jones, seconded by member Plancarte, and all board members voted in favor. And then finally, the third action was action taken under Government Code 54956.9 in closed session under the agenda item 2.1, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9, subdivision D, 2 or 3. The board considered the claim for Newark USD stolen property and took action to approve the settlement recommendation by Keenan and Associates for claim number 629147. The board's action was taken by the following vote. So motion made by member Wen, seconded by member Thomas, and all board members voting in favor. Okay, great. All right, and so if I could now get everyone to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. So quickly, meeting 4.2, meeting practices and information, board meeting protocols. So greetings, everyone, and thank you for joining. Before we get started, I would like to say that the board appreciates and supports stakeholder input at our meetings. Engagement by members of the public in civic matters is a cornerstone of our democracy. Per the California School Board Association, however, it is important to note that a board meeting is not a meeting of the public, but rather a meeting to conduct the public's business. Everyone should have a chance to express their opinions within the guidelines the board has established for its meetings so that we are able to conduct the meeting effectively and efficiently. During the meeting, there will be time for the public to comment on matters not on the agenda. In addition, members of the public may comment on specific agenda items after I, as the board president, ask for public comment on an item. Until it is your turn to speak, or if you are here just to observe the meeting, please refrain from any behavior that prevents others from participating in the meeting. This includes any conduct that prevents members of the board, district staff, or the person making a comment from speaking. We also ask that when you are called upon, you address only the board. While we assume that members of the public intend to participate in the meeting in a civil manner, and while legitimate criticism of the board is protected speech, per Board Law 9323 and Government Code 54957.95, we will not permit actual disruption of the board meeting. Disrupting means engaging in behavior during a board meeting that actually disrupts, disturbs, impedes, or renders infeasible the orderly conduct of the meeting. Actual disruption by an individual or a group, or any conduct or statements that threaten the safety of any person at the meeting, shall be grounds for the president to terminate the privilege of addressing the board and remove the individual from the meeting. Prior to removal, the individual will be warned that their behavior is disrupting the meeting and that failure to cease the disruptive behavior will result in removal. If after being warned, the individual does not promptly cease the disruptive behavior, the board president will ask that the individual be removed. Thank you for your attention to these protocols, and we look forward to your participation in our meeting. Okay, so moving on to agenda item 5.1, approval of the agenda. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda.
I second this motion.
Okay, so Member Jones moves to approve the agenda, and Student Member Lee seconds. So, Ms. Schuster, can we get a vote? Is Board Docs working, or do we need to do a roll call vote?
Do a roll call.
Okay, so can we do a roll call vote, please?
Student Member Joy?
Yes.
Member Thomas? Yes. Member Nguyen?
Yes.
Member Plancarte?
Yes.
Member Jones?
Yes.
And President Hill?
Yes. All right, everyone's in favor. Moving forward on to item 6.1, Community Spotlight, Newark Memorial High School Voter Registration Campaign, League of Women Voters. So Superintendent, or Associate Superintendent Bakar.
Thank you so much. So I am super excited to be able to introduce Mr. Murphy, who's actually going to introduce this topic on what our students and what the League of Women Voters did in order to get out the vote.
Good evening. This evening, we have Ms. Dunkel. She's the founder of the youth voter movement. She worked with our school this past couple months ago, and I think this is the first time you've worked with Newark Memorial ever. The group works with the Tri-Cities around here, and through this process, it's nonpartisan, it's led by youth, and they ensure that all youth have the opportunity to be able to vote, whether it's getting them to register and get them to the votes, registration, and getting to the primaries. That is the primary concern. These kids have the opportunity to not only speak and be leaders in front of their peers, but they're also able to go to Ohlone College and being able to work with other schools, neighboring schools, as well as the college, to ensure that folks are out there to get the vote out and to participate in the rallies. We were very fortunate to have the superintendent, Newark Mayor Hannon, and the school board members Jones, Plancarte, thank you, and Thomas, who all volunteered their time at the event. To this date, as of between January and February, 99 student leaders in the entire Tri-Cities region are registered to participate in being leaders. 49 adult volunteers and 3,502 students were registered. Since the inception in 2018, over 13,500 Tri-City students have registered successfully for getting out the vote. And as of today, 399 Newark Memorial, Bridgepoint, as well as Crossroads High School juniors and seniors have successfully registered. I'll give the microphone over to Ms. Dunkel here to say a few words, and we'll bring out the kids.
All right, thank you for welcoming us to come today. I'm also a member of the League of Women Voters, and the youth voter movement is a part of that. I wanted to also share with you that the youth voter movement started as a result of the Parkland tragedy, where my son and I kind of got together with some youth and said, we really want to be able to do something to honor those students. So that was the origin of this program. And these students did an amazing job of starting way back in December of creating the presentation that they were going to deliver to their peers, and then getting up in front of their peers. Sometimes there were 100 or 200 people in the room, and they delivered the presentation. They also were trained by the registrar of voters on how to do the registration, because there's a lot of really technical rules. And so they did all of that and registered 399 of their peers. And research says, that if you vote in your first election or when you're young, you'll tend to vote for life. So they're making a huge impact for decades and for generations, in trying to protect our democracy. So congratulations to these students. There's several others that couldn't make it because they had sports or other activities, but congratulations. And I also want to really thank the board members for coming and showing your support by volunteering to make this happen, and to also come and answer the students' questions and to listen to them on what their concerns were when we had our Get Out the Vote rally. So thank you so much for that.
Okay, so at this time, we have some certificates of recognition for you cool cats. This is a big deal. You guys are you're the first group to be able to, inaugural group to bring this to Newark Memorial. You should be very proud. This is a really great opportunity. The board wants to recognize y'all. So what we're going to do is unfortunately, I'll tear up your names, and I sound like George W. ordering food, so I apologize up ahead. When I say your name, come get your certificate, and then when we're all set, we're going to go up and take a picture of the board and all the cool cats, all right? All right, here we go. Whoop, whoop. Julila Catancho. Alicia Azanudo Galindo. Michaela Garcia. Sidakpreet Kaur. Joy Lee. Michaela Lolang. Layla Malakara. Arian Merota. Amy Arguello Mendez. Francisco Ornelius. Purvi Sharma. Mehardeep Sayan. And Maya Torres. Why don't we go back over here and we'll do there's a Kodak moment. So all y'all bring your cameras out, and if you don't know what a Kodak is, bring your cell phone. We'll get some photos real quick.
Oh, thank you.
Should we go this way, shift that way, what's best? Yeah, let's shift this way, come this way. I go this way. Three scoots to the right, 5 scoots to the right.
There you go. All right, perfect.
All right, perfect. Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Great, yeah. And
Thank you very much for a wonderful spotlight and for recognizing your students. We're super excited.
Yeah, I got one more for you, but.
You ready?
Yes.
Well, you're up next.
Okay, all right, so moving on to item 6.2, School Spotlight, Newark Memorial High School.
Good evening, honorable board members, Deputy Superintendent Bakar, and kid in the front, Joy. All right, let's just give you our quick spotlight, what's going on, what's new, what's not at the high school, and here we go. We have a WASC accreditation coming up next year. It's scheduled for, it's a new study, so it's a 6-year cycle process, and what happens is we're looking at data, we're looking at our school culture and climate, we're looking at how we're using resources and how we're allocating those resources, whether it be personnel, whether it be financial, and how we're making sure that we're doing right by our kids. The whole process with WASC is it's a process to make sure that your kids, when they graduate, their diplomas mean something. The stamp of approval from WASC, that little stamp on the bottom right, that means that if they graduate from an accredited high school, not all high schools are accredited, so that's the first question you got to ask when you're looking around, colleges will accept that diploma. That's what that means. And we're beginning our new 6-year cycle. We just completed our last visitation. And right now, as of last year, we met it by groups. We were assigned by focus groups. We met together to look at the various criterion, whether it be teaching and learning, whether it's curriculum, school climate, governance, all these various elements. There's 5 elements. And looking at data. Through that process, we are going to, I give you guys a heads up, so make sure you put this on your calendar. On Sunday, April 27th, we'll be inviting you in 2025 to come join us when we have the visiting committee come join us wherever they come from to check out what we're doing. With this, the whole process of WASC, again, it's looking at our school-wide action plan. That action plan is aligned to not only your district LCAP, it's our school site SIPSA, as well as all those various measurements for whether the goals or funding, how they all align to each other. The other piece with that, which we've been working on, and this is the next piece, is our quarterly benchmark assessments. We're implementing quarterly benchmark assessments where the teachers have been assigned by April 15th by courses. They're required to provide an assessment that demonstrates with rigor how students are mastering the content. From that process, they're going to use data to drive instruction to ensure that our students learning, B, how are we doing teacher to teacher across courses, and C, how are we doing looking at section to section. What are we doing? Are we hitting our targets? Are we not hitting our targets? And if we are, what are we doing right? Why are we doing that right? If we're not hitting our targets, what do we need to continue working towards? We're using data to drive instruction. A lot of this work comes back from Larry Ainsworth, who wrote Unwrapping the Standards, and of course Marzano. This process is used through strategic planning. When we allocate our budget for the SIPSA, what I've always articulated was that whatever we do, we have to do what's best for our kids and where our needs are. And we look at our subgroups, we look at where our areas of greater improvement that need to come and arise, and we identify the goals. And what's really nice about this process is, as you know, we're starting up the new LCAP. There's going to be 3 new goals. This is a nice clean start with the WASC, so that as we identify our goals, we look at our action plan. It's kismet. It's just going to be a really nice way to articulate what we're doing, where we're at, and how we're going to make sure that we're going to support our kids there for ensuring that, looking at our data, whether it's people, how we're going to allocate those resources to ensure that we're giving the support for our kids. Coming up is our summative assessments. We've just completed our LPAC. We had a 96% completion rate. Last year, our CASP, we had nearly 97% of our students participate. That's the first time in 5 years that you had the site meet its goals by both the county and the state. And with that, the participation target was very strong. We grew significantly with that, and with all those dashboard indicators in terms of academics all shifted to the right. So think about it, if to the right is a full gas tank, you're on that side, I'm doing for them. For the left side, it's empty, so we've shifted. So it's a good start. It's a good old college try, and we're going through this process right now. And Ms. Condi, the assistant principal, is working with kids and pulling them out of class, and then we're getting the testing going on. We've been probably doing this for about 2 weeks for CASP. AP tests, of course, are going to be in May. Last year we were recognized and honored with a bronze award. A bronze award, if I recall correctly, has to do with We had a significant number of students of color as well as socioeconomically disadvantaged recognized for doing well on those tests, for not only participating but passing as well. So that's a huge piece there. So we're starting that up in May pretty soon. All right, now on to athletics. I jumped too fast. All right, now in athletics. A couple highlights here. These are the things that have been going on so far with athletics. We've had our Champions Conference, Student Athlete Advisory Council. The holiday shopping event was very highly attended, very great event for Newark families. Special Olympics, many of you were there. You participated, you saw that. It was great, very well attended. And these folks, as well as ASB, have an upcoming trip to some elementary sites where they're going to read with students. In the fall, we had some champions, our NVAL League champions. It was our men's and women's varsity cross-country teams, as well as our varsity water polo teams were our champions for the fall. For winter, and I think some of you were there, for our men's varsity soccer, not only did they win the NVAL championship, but they also became the Northern California Division III champions. This is the first time in Newark Memorial history. They beat Cardinal Newman, which is, I think, on the other side of the peninsula, and I think it was like 2-1. It was an exciting game. It was well attended. Everybody seemed like they had a great time, except for the other team, but, it was all good. All right, multicultural event. Many of you attended that as well. That was last Friday. Roughly 10 clubs were represented in these various dances, and they represented the diversity on campus, and they performed to students during the day. And that evening, we roughly took in about 500 tickets for adults. Not only was it full on the bottom floor, but we had to open the top floor as well. So it was very well attended. It was a great time, and it was awesome. All right, Rocket Street Club. All right, they're getting ready to go on some trips. So the best way to explain this is the SLI group. They're going to compete in the NASA event, which is in Alabama. That'll be in April. That's coming up. I think you're approving that this evening. That's like, we've never participated in that before, so that's like going from JV to varsity. So that's a huge deal for these kids. TARC, which is one that they've attended and participated in many times and have won and placed very well, is going to be in Maryland. That's in May. Those are coming up. Love Story. I'm trying to remember what the tune for Love Story. I can't get it out of my head now, but okay. All right, so they had I think there was a few of you for that one too, but it was really nice. It was like a band and choir supper club kind of show. The kids sang. I tell you, the one girl at the very end, she could have made a truck driver cry. I don't know what her name is, but she would be great to get her to get out there and sing maybe the Star Spangled Banner or God Bless America or something. Graduate. She could make a truck driver cry. She was really good. It was catered by Texas Roadhouse. Some people won some prizes. Some people won some cash. It was really, really well attended. So it was all that in a bag of chips. And the spring concert is coming up on May 17th. So mark your calendars. Be ready for that one. The theater group. I'm still trying to figure out this Firebringer. That just sort of reminds me, this little thing with the torch reminds me of like a little middle school, a little high school. It's like Lord of the Flies, like in PE class or something. All right, their spring musical, Firebringer, a new Stone Age musical, is coming up. It will be performed in May. This is, and I wrote this down because I never heard of this book, but this is a new Stone Age musical about a tribe led by Jamila, the peacemaker. While taking her tribe on a whirlwind adventure that includes fighting animals traveling from the Alpha to the Omega, she brings something, and I think it'll be a very interesting play. We'll see how that goes. With a little bit of music and a little bit of spunk, and here we go. Counseling news. All right, our students are slowly beginning to receive their college acceptance rates. We should have a hard count on those numbers through that about next month. Yeah. May 15th, but they're all slowly coming in through that one site too. Yeah, so they're collecting the data. It's sort of like we're keeping up. It's March Madness, but it's keeping up with the books, and we're seeing what the bookies are saying about who's going where. So this will be very interesting. All we need is some sports cards and some autographs, and we can make something go of this. College acceptance rates are rolling in, so the students are slowly getting excited they're really getting excited about their acceptances. They all, by May 15th, have to demonstrate their intent on where they intend to go. The FAFSA and the DREAM Act deadlines have been extended because the application the process is very interesting, and it was been extended to April 2nd. Here are some of our students who were early accepted to some area local universities and colleges. So we're really excited about that, and it's going to be great to share those statistics with you as well as the WASC visiting committee next year. Some additional counseling news. This is with Ohlone College, our partnership. They have been coming onto campus working with our students with onboarding. That's like building that bridge between us and Ohlone, helping them make that transition make it smooth and seamless going from Newark Memorial to Ohlone. They've been working with them on applications. They've been supporting them with financial aid, and they're getting ready to start telling them about the various student programs that they can select from. So that's some exciting stuff that these counselors have been very busy and running amok. I'll tell you, it's been crazy. Well, all that in a bag of chips. I've got to find a new one to say. College and Career Fair, that is tomorrow. So if you don't have anything set on your calendar.
Thursday, 2 nights.
Thursday?
2 nights.
Everything just blurs in. Okay, Thursday, thank you very much. Okay. 6 to 8:30. So you can show up tomorrow at 6, but nobody's going to be there. It's 6 to 8:30. We will have the College and Career Fair on site at Newark Memorial. We hope you'll be there. It was some really great folks were out there last time. A lot of great businesses, potentials for partnerships and such. So that's coming up. Project Connect. So I got some really exciting information to share with you on Project Connect. These 4 families here. This is Project Connect, which is overseen by Coach Kelly and Coach Brown, provide these particular services to the students, and I'll highlight the 4 families. It's the student interface, it's the interaction, the academic monitoring, behavioral monitoring, and teacher support. So not only are they working with kids on checking in with them, doing goal setting with them, but they also have a lot of parent meetings. They're making sure that they have weekly progress reports. You should see it's just stuff by the end of the week. It starts out scanning and a lot of progress reports rolling through. There's tutorials, whether it be on Saturday school or after school. There's a lot of social emotional support, relationship building, and classroom management support for teachers. Those are the areas that are provided to teachers and students. Here are some statistics for you. This is one of 2 slides here. There were 151 students last year that were identified as academically at risk at Newark Middle School. Of those, 76 were identified with at least 1 or greater. They had 1 or more Fs that last school year. In the first couple weeks of school, 54 students in 9th grade were contacted by Coach Kelly and Coach Brown to start beginning that process that I described earlier. Of that, 121 9th graders were identified as requiring support at the end of quarter 1. By the end of semester 1, 153 were identified. To date, there's 164 students that are on the contact list for their caseloads. Here are some interesting data. Look at this from the left to the right. The first column represents the progress report for quarter 1, then it goes to quarter 1, progress report for quarter 2, then semester 1. Tier 1, 2, and 3, think of it as tier 3 is the very top of the pyramid, very few kids. Tier 1 is the bottom of the pyramid. Tier 2, of course, is in the middle. What you see here is from the beginning of the semester to the end of the semester, there is a significant decrease in the number of freshman students with Fs. It decreases from the very beginning of the school year, from that progress report of quarter 1 to the end of semester 1, it decreases by 35.4%. So 35.4% of the students no longer have Fs. This is also looking at 153 students, of course. So this is your population, is 153. Okay, that's a lot of information, which I'm sure that they will provide for you, but we have some tentative year-end awards ceremonies coming up. These are the year-end events, the granddaddy of them all. We'll share that out for you all, but if you can come to these, it would be wonderful. We'd love to have you, love to host you. Should you ever want to come onto campus, you ever want to see what's going on, you come. Just show up. I think the best way to see what we're doing is just show up. We encourage it. We beg you to come. It's, not going to say every day is rainbows and unicorns, but we do our darndest to make sure that it's a great place to be. Should you have any questions for me?
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. So, questions from the board? Member Nguyen?
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. I just really wanted to appreciate you and staff for all the hard work that you guys are doing at the high school. I know it hasn't been easy. And this year, there's lots of celebrations as well as transition, as we all know. And, but I am excited that you presented on Project Connect tonight, and I do believe in the work that's being done there. But my question is to you, how is this going to be impacting the program, especially since Coach Brown has been moved down to the junior high?
I think with anything else, you just have to be creative with what you have. Coach Brown that's been a huge impact. Nevertheless, I think we stick with the mission and we work towards continuing that effort.
So are you, what I'm hearing from you is that you're giving continued support and resources to Ms. Kelly to be able to continue this program, especially since you've seen the progress that's being made from the beginning of the first quarter to semester with the improvements that you've seen so far?
Yeah, I say it's significant. Nevertheless, I think it comes back to the budget. You can only do what you can with the budget, and depending on how the chips fly, when we get our SIPSA allocations, we're looking at a 15%, we figure 15 to 20% reduction. We have to, that's going to be dependent upon the site council.
All right.
So.
Thank you.
Sure.
Member Thomas?
Thank you very much for your presentation. A lot of things happening at the high school. Loved going to Special Olympics. Loved the hats assembly. My gosh, it was first class. My question is on the Project Connect. I would love to have the board have a presentation on that program and learn more about it. I hadn't heard about it until tonight. So thank you.
Sure.
Other questions? Student member? No?
I just want to say thank you.
Okay. Other questions? Member Jones?
Again, just wanting to say thank you for everything that you're doing this year, and it was really informative to hear about all the different kinds of things that are happening, and I look forward to more things happening in the spring and being able to attend those. So thank you.
Our pleasure.
I'd just like to echo the board. So great presentation, Mr. Murphy, and yeah, lots of diverse and lots of interesting information. One question I did have is, as you know, at a board level and a district level, our number one goal is improving academic outcomes in our district. And you had one slide there that was talking about how you guys have been making progress in terms of reducing the number of Fs overall at Newark Memorial. And just curious if you've been able to tease out the data a little bit and kind of understand what were the drivers of those changes.
I think you get back what you emphasize. What I've noticed in terms of the kids, I mean, you got Sonia here, I think it's your people. I think it's people like Sonia. I think it's people like the admin team. I think it's every staff, it's every coach, it comes down to the lunch ladies, it comes down to the they'll get mad at me saying yard lady, but the campus monitors, the secretaries, it comes down to everybody, and I think it comes down to relationships. I think, I'm just gonna say this, I think I found most interesting is probably what we have a hard time on is communication. And I think that what's happened in the last, and I'm tired of using the COVID excuse, but I think what's really happened since COVID is that there's a lot of lack of communication and more reliance on computers and technology. And I think it's a detriment. I personally think that the best form of instruction is direct instruction. I think it's developing relationships and it's nurturing them. I think it's taking those phones. Personally, I'd throw mine away. I'd be the first one to throw it in the trash, but it's not a reality at this time. I tell the kids one day the robot apocalypse will come or something will happen and they'll catch us anyways, but you won't have to worry about that in the 300 building. That's where phones go to die from the aluminum ceilings and such. But I think the greatest difference is making sure that every kid feels like they're connected with. I think it's making sure that every family feels like if they have a question or concern, they can call us. I think it's a matter of making sure that it's the little things. You know, I mean, I could show you all the great and wonderful things, but there's a lot of little things that go on day to day that a lot of people don't notice. And I think it's those little things that people don't, it's just a relationship building. I think that's first and foremost. If you're ever going to take it, look, my background is, I was the guy, like John Bernard was the guy who used to go in, and he was the one who took, after the state took over, he took over the schools and districts, and he fixed them. My background was, I was the guy that fixed it before it had to go to that point. And the number one thing was lack of communication. It was lack of process, lack of clarity, lack of vision, lack of a lot of things. And I think it's just making sure that transitioning from the middle school to the high school, they're middle school. I mean, every day is like Lord of the Flies at middle school, anywhere across the nation. But getting them to understand, like, this is the expectation. Now your credits do count. Now your behavior does matter. Not that it didn't matter at junior high. This is what we expect of you. You want to be treated like a young adult, you need to step up, and this is what we expect you to do. So that's sort of how we roll.
Great, thank you, Mr. Murphy.
Sure.
Thank you so much for being here.
Okay, so moving on to 7.1, student report, student board member.
Okay. Good evening, board, executive, cabinet, and community. If you don't know already, my name is Joy Lee, and it seems that we have gotten an amazing presentation by Principal Murphy, so half my work is already done. But to recap, we had our food fair last Wednesday, where many clubs sold out our food, and I saw Member Thomas at our food fair. We hope you enjoyed your lumpia. Thank you for coming. And as Principal Murphy had already said, last week, New York Memorial High School had already had our hats assembly performance, which is a time where clubs are invited to celebrate our different cultures. And I think really what makes Newark Memorial and just our Newark community so unique is that we're really a blend of every single culture. And so we had some really amazing performances, and I just wanted to shout out people. Thank you to my activities director, Ms. Canales, and assembly head, Rami Hayani, and also all our leadership class who planned and executed hats this year. And thanks to member Nguyen, member Plancarte, and member Thomas who came to watch the performances. And also, we had an amazing turnout this year. And on behalf of all the students, thank you to all our families and community members who came out to watch and support our performers. And also an applause to all the students who, some of them it was their first time dancing. So applause to all of them who really just had the courage to come out and dance and celebrate the cultures. And so next, in honor of Women's Empowerment Month this week during Wednesday, during pause, we have a paper bouquet making in the Commons hosted by our own club on campus, Women for Change Club. Next, on Thursday, during pause, we have a guest speaker coming in, Dr. Lisa Janison Carlson, who is the manager of investigational drug services at UCSF, who is going to come in and just talk about her journey. And lastly, just to recap, just like what the culture is going on at school is that it's prom is coming up, and so people are really excited, and that's just what a lot of people are talking about. Okay, thank you for listening, everybody. Hope you have a great evening.
Thank you, student board member. Okay, so moving on to agenda item 8.1, employee organization. So do we have Ms. Villa from NTA? Do you want to come and speak?
All right, good evening, everybody. My name is Sherry Villa, and I'm president of our MTA. I brought with us
David Hernandez, Executive Director of Newark Teachers Association.
I'm going to go first, and then David will follow me, okay? All right, last week, or the last board meeting, we had on our agenda our sunshine for our negotiations. My apologies, seemed we were mixed up in the order of agenda items. I thought we passed it. So I apologize I wasn't here, but we did officially sunshine at the last meeting. Something that was attached to that sunshine was also our demand to bargain for community schools. So I do have a copy for all of you. Here, give that to them. So this is in regards to community schools planning. Our district received $200,000 from the state back in December of 2023. So we've had this grant. This is supposed to be our planning year, this is our demand to bargain for the the impacts and the effects. Okay, so the Newark Teachers Association is aware that Newark Unified School District has received a community schools planning grant from the state of California. As the exclusive bargaining agent, NTA looks forward in putting together a collaborative plan that allows community schools to thrive in Newark. NTA demands to bargain and consult on any impacts or effects that may result prior to the implementation of any community schools plan. All right, that was the first thing. Next thing, it's a time of year when job fairs are happening. They've happened already in the Valley or Pleasanton, Devlin area. We need to keep all of our teachers. Again, I say this probably every board meeting. We do have first and second year teachers, 62 altogether, first or second year teachers. That's a fourth of our NTA. On the flip side, we have just as, even more so not more so, very valuable veteran teachers. Cheryl Jorgens, 38 years, she's number 1 on our seniority list. She is retiring, but that's just an example of anywhere from first year all the way up to 38 years. So keeping our teachers, Mr. Berg, when he was talking about the, when he was consulting and giving in suggestions, absolutely our facilities, we do need facilities. We need safe facilities, not just structurally, but mentally safe. The environment, absolutely. We need food to feed these kids. Other than that, we need teachers. That's it, those 3 things. Other than that, we can build from there. Facilities, food, and teachers is what we need. I've attached to this front page, Fremont's salary schedule in New Haven. Those are our surrounding districts. That's what it's going to take to keep all of our teachers here. We started this year with 17 vacancies. 17. 32 new teachers this year. Last year, about the same. You can't do that again. We need teachers in every classroom so we can have our sealed TOSAs come back. We need teachers in every classroom so we can have coding for kids. So our counselors at the high school, so their count isn't 600 to 1. But we got to have the teachers first. And I mean, I know, we talk about this, the deficit that's been here before this board was here, most of them. But making teachers a priority when we're building our budget, that has to happen. So I'll let you.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to also talk about the community school grant, is that the district received this grant last year, and we put in the demand to consult and bargain on the effects of this grant, and we are now in March. This is a planning year. It's supposed to be implementation starting next year, and we haven't done squat on this. So what's happening with the $200,000 is just sitting there. But I also wanted to talk to you a little bit about the fact that we talked about Newark being a destination district. I always hear that all the time, every now and then. When I'm listening to the school board meetings over the years, I hear destination district. So districts throughout California thrive to become a destination district where parents want their children to attend, students are challenged and rewarded with highly quality, well-rounded education, and talented educators are valued and choose to spend their careers here. The fundamental question is whether you will take this opportunity to provide the vision and program to make Newark such a district. All Newark students deserve to learn in an environment that promotes high-quality education. High-quality education for all Newark students is non-negotiable. You can't become a destination district, excuse me, when there is a negative perception by the community and how the district is being managed. You can't become a destination district when you are not providing competitive wages and no benefits to your staff. You can't become a destination district when your own professionals are seeking employment elsewhere. You can't become a destination district when you are eliminating a particular kind of service to English language learners. You can't become a destination district when parents constantly talk about moving their children to another district. And you can't become a destination district when there is lack of follow-through on safety issues throughout the district. And until you mitigate these issues, Newark will continue to be looked upon as a troubled district that is directing its parents and staff to other destinations. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm just gonna, David said it, they're very, very good. The salary schedule's here. Another example, Pleasanton just settled for ongoing raises and full benefits. 17 of our teachers live in Pleasanton. They fight that traffic every day to get here. We can't ask them to stay anymore, but we need them to. So please don't think that people are going to stay just because anymore. They did. They're going though. They've already started looking. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Feller. Okay. So moving on to CSCA, do we have any representative from CSCA here? Okay. So moving on to NUMA, any representative from NUMA? Okay.
Good evening, Board. Good evening, Ms. Vicar, our only member of Executive Cabinet here tonight. My name is Amanda Gallagher. I am here on behalf of NUMA. So NUMA would like to provide an update and ask that our continuing concerns be addressed. The 3 areas of continuing concern are the lack of communication and transparency, the number of open positions, and the excessive number of interim leaders not connected with our district. We would like to highlight instances of communication and transparency challenges within our current leadership structure. As of now, site principals have not been provided specific budget allocations to collaborate with their school site councils in developing the SIPSA for each site. Instead, we've been given a vague directive of 15% less than last year, without clarity on how previously funded positions will be addressed. This lack of clear direction makes it challenging to align SIPSA goals with district LCAP objectives. Additionally, we are concerned about the absence of NUMA representation on district-level committees. No representation on the CBOC, that was one of the examples given to me. These instances highlight a trend of management members being marginalized, along with delays in filling opening positions, which affects organizational effectiveness. We also express concerns regarding the reliance on interim leaders. When crucial roles are filled by individuals with no long-term commitment to our district, it ultimately impacts student welfare. The lack of clarity regarding responsibilities and work schedules further complicates matters. A clear organizational chart would greatly assist all staff in understanding roles and expectations. Additionally, decisions made by interim leaders could have lasting repercussions, underscoring the importance of transparency and accountability. We extend our gratitude to Member Thomas for raising concerns about allegation of retaliation and bullying from CSEA. There are rumblings of this concern from our members as well. We urge for an independent review to assess the validity of these claims, as we believe the current executive cabinet may not be impartial. Given recent incidents, their involvement in the investigation would not be appropriate. Specifically, members have come forth with concerns regarding interactions with our interim executive director of HR. Moving forward, NUMA is eager to collaborate on implementing changes that will enhance our ability to provide every student with a promising future. We believe our communication, transparency, and collaboration are essential in achieving this goal.
Thank you, Ms. Gallagher. Okay, so moving on to agenda item 9.1, public comment on non-agenda items. And let me just provide a little bit of instruction for those that are new to board meetings. So we've now reached the portion of the meeting set aside for comments from the public about matters not on the agenda, but within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board. Under Board Bylaw 9323, comments are limited to 3 minutes per speaker, and the board will limit the total time for public input on each agenda item to 20 minutes. These limits have been put in place because the board believes that late-night meetings deter public participation, can affect the board's decision-making capability, and can be a burden to the staff. If a situation arises where there are more speakers on a topic than total time allotted, the president may ask members of the public with the same viewpoint to select a few individuals to address the board on behalf of that viewpoint. In order to ensure that non-English speakers receive the same opportunity to directly address the board, per Government Code 54954.3, non-English speakers who utilize a translator shall be provided at least twice the allotted time to address the board. Per Government Code 54954.2, the board shall take no action or discussion on any item not appearing on the posted agenda, except as authorized by law. However, without taking action, board members or district staff members may briefly respond to statements made or questions posed by the public about items not appearing on the agenda. Okay, and with that, let's start out with Ms. Catherine Darden. Would you like to come forward?
Good evening, board members. Tonight I will talk about the importance of the SEAL program. The SEAL program helps build the capacity of elementary schools and is inclusive of all students in creating an environment where children engage together in rigorous, joyful content and language-rich learning. Everything about this program signifies support for our students, positivity in the classroom, and successful future leaders. Yet, something about all that greatness bothers you and you want to get rid of SEAL. We have an issue with our scores, and programs such as SEAL can help with that. We are one of the few districts lucky to have this program, yet this board is not allowing for that data to come in to show how successful this program is. The board asked for a presentation on SEAL, yet that has not happened, but you already voted to get rid of our SEAL teachers without taking into consideration that those TOSAs are not even paid out of the general fund. SEAL schools have seen many challenges: school merges, school closures, and turnover of teachers. The data cannot make drastic changes within a few years of implementation. Our 4th and 5th grader teachers have just completed training as of last week. We have newer teachers in the middle of the training this year. You are cutting this program right at the height of its potential. Our children love learning this way. I simply cannot understand why our Board of Education, the people we voted to be in charge of our children's education, would take this away. Keep our TOSAs.
Thank you, Ms. Darden. Okay, moving on, Mr. Jeff Anderson.
Good evening, board members, teachers, staff, admin, community members, and families. I have 4 parts of my comment today. The first part is that we have had many parents following along right now to test the Spanish translation link. At least 5 of them have spent over 5 minutes. I have been waiting on that link since 7:32. with no entrance. So that means effectively we are not providing Spanish translation. So that's information to be had. This is not the first time this has happened. The second thing I want to say is I wanted to thank the board members that show up to the DLI committee. Thank you so much for coming in March and February. I really appreciate that you're engaging to learn more. I hope you will continue to do so. The more support we have for that program, the better. I was super disappointed with last week's decision to eliminate the TOSA positions, especially with the fact that we did not have numbers associated with what we were saving. I was overwhelmed by confusion to hear an admin say that she didn't understand what an org chart was or what the request to be able to put numbers with the positions that we were voting to eliminate as a decision. I want to see that information. Specifically, I want to see it because I have noticed that when we hire new folks, we get rid of somebody previously and then we hire somebody to replace them, and what we're hiring at is $25,000 more than we let go of the last person who knows way more about the district. So I'm confused how we can make a decision to get rid of somebody when we don't have a number associated with that, and then simultaneously hire somebody at a higher rate without translating that back to the families and the staff, et cetera. So that was something that was really bothersome. It hurts me because those are real lives affected, right? And I so appreciated the comments that Fong made to highlight that, and I would expect somebody that works in that. I do not work in admin, and I know what an org chart is. The fourth thing I want to say is I want to see a much stronger outreach to NUMA, CSEA, and NTA in these meetings. The workers in this district know more about this district than anyone else. They know how to run this district, and they will be able to solve this problem. We have brilliant people in this district. I am a teacher. When our board has a budget deficit, it comes to our union, and we work together because our union can make this happen. I am so surprised when I see a lack of good information coming from the people who run the district in this space, and I want to see much more of that. For the teachers who came to speak, for the CSEA members, for the NUMA, thank you for sharing. Please come more often into the spaces, not only so that the board can hear your voices and be informed about what we are doing in this space, but also so that all community members can get informed and can get behind you. Staff, admin, teachers, family, we can solve this problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Okay, moving on, Elisa Martinez.
That's a great one to follow. Good evening, NUSD Board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Elisa Martinez, and I'm a parent of 2 students here at the district. I'm actually not sure where to start, but I guess it should be regarding the fact that within 1 year, you have driven this district back into a structural deficit. And please don't offend our intelligence by trying to blame past administrations. Everybody knows that it is the Board of Education that approves the budget and ongoing expenses, even when your CEO did not bring you a plan on how you were going to make ends meet. And so now the mad dash begins for cost cutting. I saw that you intend to have fireside chats later this spring. I encourage you not to wait. You should be having those hard conversations right now so that people understand the impact of what you will be eliminating because you need to reduce that excessive spending. So how will that affect our schools and our students and our staff? Second, I'd like to address the hypocrisy, Member Hill, about who's really responsible for driving staff turnover. I encourage all my fellow Newark citizens to inform themselves regarding what has happened under this new superintendent. Our district has had a full staff turnover, and many other administrators are choosing to leave because of the toxicity that you seem to encourage. In the past, Member Hill, you were touting that this is a deliberate strategy, that you are cleaning house because you are following the 49er playbook. So you are saying that our new superintendent is our new Bill Walsh. For those of us that are actually serious about our Bay Area teams, I can assert that Coach Walsh would not disappear when things got tough. By the way, where is the superintendent, Penelope de Leon? We haven't seen her for a while. She hasn't been at any meetings. Why are you guys acting like this isn't, like she's not really missing? So I would refer you to anybody who's listening that you are a lot more like John Fisher. What did he do? He destroyed our A's, our beloved A's, because the minute we had somebody good, we got rid of them. So it sounds pretty familiar, right? So that's one thing I am hearing today, is that we are familiar, that we are paying attention. The Newark citizens, the families, the teachers, the staff, we're paying attention. And one thing we do know is that there is strength in numbers. Because I want to close out with our other beloved franchise. And we will hold you to account. This is not going away. And finally, Member Hill, this is a direct statement to you. With all due respect, I implore you to stop and spare us your biweekly dose of mansplaining and your biweekly reminder that you are a project manager. Honestly, nobody cares. That is not your job while you're at the dais. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez, and all comments from the public are welcome. It's a democracy. Okay, moving on. Jenny Soares.
Good evening. My name is Jenny Soares, and I am the office clerk at Kennedy Elementary. I am here this evening speaking on non-agenda items because the fence around the Kennedy campus has not yet found its way to the board for approval. After years of trying to get district personnel to agree that Kennedy needed a fence, in 2022, we were finally able to gain support for this endeavor. We were promised regular updates to our community about the status of the project, but we have not received any in nearly a year. Months ago, our project was approved by the state and no further updates have been provided. I know there has been large turnover during this time, but I have done my due diligence and tried to bring this to the attention of anybody who could help move this forward. In 2022, the estimated completion date of summer 2024 sounded so far away, but here we are only weeks away from that time frame. If we have any hope of having the fence put around the campus this summer, we need to take immediate action on this. We are reminded on a daily basis at our campus the vital service a fence would provide towards safety and security for our students and staff. Its importance cannot be overstated. I am hopeful that an update will be provided to our community in the immediate future and to see this project for the approval of the board on the next meeting agenda. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Soares. Okay, moving on, Pauline Kim.
Good evening, Newark Board of Education. My name is Pauline Kim, and I have served this year as the .6 FTE Technology TOSA for grades TK through 5. During last Thursday's school board meeting regarding item 8.3 to reduce the number of certificated employees, note my role was mistakenly referenced as a 1.0 FTE TOSA. To help NUSD decide if it's best to cut this .6 FTE for the following school year, it is important to understand what this part-time position has meant for NUSD students, staff, and ongoing STEAM curriculum development. By eliminating this position, yes, we are saving a .6 FTE by reassigning a staff member having a master's in educational technology leadership and developed expertise in TK through 5 computer science curriculum integration. But more importantly, we're cutting an innovative program, which has been the culmination of over 3 years of STEAM curriculum planning and development. In a nutshell, this program presents students with interactive lessons on how to build step-by-step algorithms, how to problem solve, and have fun in their active participation. Teachers have appreciated how this curriculum can help unlock student learning, but have also offered how effective it is with students who otherwise have had difficulty in traditional learning. As we've shared our NUSD computer science journey with colleagues regionally and nationally, we've heard from many school districts that we've accomplished something in NUSD that other districts could only wish they could replicate. If the school board decides to stop the momentum of this program, we run the risk of losing something very special here. If the school board has no choice but to eliminate the technology TOSA position as stated last week, please be sure we still have an equivalent alternative towards continual development of TK computer science education. We owe it to our community to keep strongly supporting NUSD's STEAM program. To all our students, staff, and parents, please each take a moment to inform the school board of what this program has meant to you this past year. To the board, I respectfully encourage each member to visit an upcoming class session to see with your own eyes what NUSD's multi-year vision and commitment have made possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kim. Moving on, Jacqueline Carrillo.
Good evening. My name is Jacqueline Carrillo, and I am a Newark resident and NUSD parent. My child is a kinder in the DLI program. We transferred specifically to Schilling for the DLI program along with multiple other families and made a long-term commitment to the program because we understand the benefits of learning a second language. For several children in the program, Spanish is actually their third language. Giving our children the opportunity to be biliterate will open so many doors in their future, especially in this competitive job market. I only wish the district would recognize the benefits, but instead have intentionally removed all support for DLI and are not even advertising the program. Last week, the board voted to remove the SEAL program and TOSAs despite several community members and teachers advocating the benefits of the program. Our students need support, and the iReady test scores clearly demonstrate this, but instead you decided to remove resources from our school while administration continues to spend frivolously. The SEAL curriculum is beneficial for all students, not just English learners. Students are engaged, they're excited to learn, and they retain information that they are exposed to. You would have been able to experience this had you or the board administration, had the board or administration volunteered in a SEAL classroom or invited the SEAL team to present at the board meeting, but they were not given the opportunity. Additionally, the TOSAs are paid through grants, not the general fund. How are cutting these critical positions helping reduce the deficit? That's right, it doesn't. Recently, Bayshore community parents reached out to our Parents and Schilling staff organization. These parents are not enrolled in NUSD, but are very proactive and want to get involved. Board, are you aware that President Hill is hosting Zoom meetings and promising that Schilling is going to be a STEAM school? But there is no mention of DLI. Where is this funding coming from? This is yet another example of how the district continues to overpromise and underdeliver. Regarding financial transparency, numbers do not lie, and things are not adding up, literally. The Newark community is still waiting for an explanation on the $11 million error, and just last week, Ms. Vakar reported another $2 million discrepancy. How is $2 million unaccounted for? This is appalling and unacceptable. Board, why was the previous administration held accountable and called out for not doing their job, but now you just look the other way? This behavior is suspicious, and the Newark community has no confidence and no trust in you. Let me remind you, this board is elected by Newark residents. Your responsibility is to listen and work collectively with our community for the betterment of the NUSD students. How much worse do things need to get before you take action?
Thank you, Ms. Carrillo. Okay, moving on to Stephanie, is it wrong? Yeah, okay, thank you.
Good evening, board members. My name is Stephanie, and this is my first year in the Newark School District, actually. But even for a first-time parents, I think it's very alarming how many departures I've seen, whether it's with the LCAP committees, in the office, or the teachers, and I want to know what's being done to resolve these issues. I understand that given the personnel turnover, the layoffs, and the budget cuts, we're going to see impacts to various programs and all the budgets. I understand. And I believe that there's going to be some things that will be negatively impacted, and there's going to be conflict of interest between the teacher, parents, and the board. I understand that. But can you at least give us some data as to how you're making those decisions, how you're deciding what will be impacted? You know, things like why you approved the higher salaries for the new hires. Can you give us some visibilities? And will you take public feedbacks into considerations? I really believe Newark is a great public school district, and I think with all of our helps, we can make it even better. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rong. Okay, moving on to David Hernandez. Okay, all right, thank you. Okay. Moving on to Ariana Garcia.
Hola, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Ariana García y soy parte de la comunidad de padres de Coyote Hills. Como madres de estudiantes aprendices de inglés, estamos a favor de los maestros en asignación especial. Creemos que retirar el programa afecta la enseñanza de los alumnos. El programa SIL y el programa de tecnología y computación creo que son parte importante de las escuelas. En el desarrollo de los aprendices de inglés, todos los estudiantes se benefician, no solamente una sola parte de los estudiantes. Como distrito escolar, el aprendizaje no se puede estancar ni limitar. Pensamos que tiene que crecer y modernizarse con cada estudiante. Decir que los maestros ya están entrenados y no tiene sentido ni es suficiente. Ustedes dicen que no hay presupuesto para el programa SEAL. El pago de los maestros debe salir de los fondos del título 3 y sabemos que este programa tiene un presupuesto fijo y no debe utilizarse en ninguna otra cosa. Está designado para los maestros entrenadores del desarrollo para aprendices de inglés. Si no es utilizado en este programa, ¿para qué lo van a utilizar? ¿Para qué se está utilizando ese presupuesto? Queremos transparencia en el presupuesto del distrito. Tuvimos la oportunidad de visitar algunas clases y ver el desarrollo del programa SIL. Observamos a los alumnos cómo se desarrollan con este aprendizaje, el entendimiento y todos los objetivos del mismo, facilitando la enseñanza de los mismos. El programa fue diseñado para que los aprendices continúen con sus clases, aprendiendo el idioma, con sus compañeros, sin sentirse separados o aislados. La forma en que nuestros hijos aprenden hoy es muy dinámica y divertida, completamente diferente a la forma que nosotros lo aprendimos. Sentimos que este programa es más fácil y emocionante para ellos. Gracias.
I'm her translator.
Good night.
I am her translator for 3 more
This
minutes,
is,
please.
I am one of the
We have a
from
translator.
the parent community in regards to the English learning teachers and in special education. Taking away this program teaches taking away this program that is teaching alumni everywhere that they are an important part of the schools and of the development of the schools. Everyone is benefited from it, not only a part of the students. As a district, learning should not be in a rut or modified. It should grow and modernize with every student. It does not make sense that we are saying that teachers are already trained. It does not make sense that they say that it's been said that there is no budget left for it, since we have for these teachers we have the Title III budget, and we know this program has a fixed budget. It should not be used in anything else. It is designated for the teachers and trainers for the development of the English teachers. So if it's not being used for this program, what is it being used? What is it being used for? So what we want is transparency, and we want the budget to be dedicated to the part of the district to which it's purposed for. So we have had the opportunity to visit the classes and to see the development of the program. We have seen how the students have been developing through the understanding and the goals. This program is making teaching them easier. They are not learning the same way that we have learned. They have been having classes of the language in which they have not been excluded. They have been able to be with their classmates and they have not been alone. They have been together. So the way they are learning today is more dynamic, more fun, and and it's easier for them. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, moving on, Lucia Gutierrez.
So I think it's important that you guys actually take into consideration the comments that are being said, especially by staff here. We know that, especially the board is being told that they're being told lies. They're being told wrong information regarding what's really happening to staff. So I think it's important for you guys to actually listen to what's going on and what staff is telling you, because staff is scared to speak up. There are staff members that will not come here out of the fear of retaliation that if they speak, they will be released. It's true. This is not false. We have staff members that have been told exactly those words. You are being released because you spoke to the board. That is not appropriate. We have staff members currently on leave because somebody in administration decided to go into their account and erase information. Currently, you guys are receiving information from an employee that's not even here because somebody else logged into their account. There was an interim director that was provided confidential student information, interim technology director that was provided district confidential student information without even signing contracts yet. So you guys are releasing important student confidential information to somebody that's not even employed with the district yet. This is information that you guys are not hearing, but it is true. And I urge you guys to actually look into what's going on and look at the practices of your administration. You guys have one employee. You guys can supervise them. You guys have been told lies regarding previous employees that have left, saying that they've been looking for jobs. False. Most of these people left because of what happened here, and they started looking for jobs after Ms. Leon got on. Additionally, you guys are being told lies regarding staff leaving because they want a promotion, without you guys being informed that some of these staff members would come in crying and would leave crying because of the abuse and that is happening from Ms. De Leon. So this is important for you guys to actually take into consideration and actually listen to the community. Newark is being destroyed by one individual and her friends, and you guys are not caring. Additionally, I do appreciate the fact that you guys are trying to provide translation to our community. However, the link is not sufficiently visible to the community. We want to have board docs on the top of the website, on the middle of the website, on the bottom of the website. How easy is it to just add the link in the front of the website as well? Now, tonight's link, we logged onto it, and it's not working. So please make sure that when you guys are going to publish this information, that it's actually functioning. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gutierrez. Okay, Ms. Juanita Lopez.
Hi, good evening, everyone. So my speech, I will say in Spanish, okay? Buenas noches, mesa directiva. Mi nombre es Juanita López. Tengo una estudiante en la Lincoln y otra niña en middle school. He escuchado sobre el cierre de nuestra escuela de la Lincoln y personalmente siento que no es justo por la razón de que yo antes estaba en la music, bueno, mis hijos, ¿verdad? Y ya no cerraron la music y ahora con la Lincoln y ahora pues creo que no será justo, ¿verdad? Por favor, les pedimos de corazón, no la cierren. Algunos padres caminan hacia las escuelas y si las cierran más lejos, bueno, si las cierran, ellos irán más a otra escuela más lejos, o sería un poco más complicado. Nuestras escuelas, nuestra directora, Miss Jim, ella ha traído muchos after school que realmente les ha ayudado a nuestros estudiantes realmente. El personal de la escuela realmente ama su trabajo. Muchos de ellos se quedarán sin trabajo tal vez, los removerán, no sé, ¿verdad? Les pedimos su apoyo, por favor, y es todo. Gracias y que tengan buenas noches.
Thank you, Ms. Lopez. And do we have the translator on? Great, thank you.
Good night to the board. My name is Juanita Lopez. I have two daughters. One is in Lincoln. The other one is in middle school. I have heard about our school, and personally, I feel like it's not fair. I used to be before with my children here, and I feel like it's not fair, to be honest. So, in behalf of the parents, I asked from my heart, do not close it. From our hearts, do not close it. Some of the parents, for example, walk all the way to the school. So if it's closed and they have to go to another one that is further away, it will be more complicated. With our schools, our director, Ms. Jean, has brought a lot of after-school programs that have helped lots of us. So the staff in the school also love their job. So many of them will be jobless, or maybe they will be removed or something. So we ask for your support. That's all. Thank you and good night.
Thank you. And per government code regarding non-agenda items, board members can briefly respond to statements or ask questions. And so although everybody knows that we're in a time of fiscal crisis and we're needing to cut in a number of areas, I don't believe at this point, or at least the board has not been briefed on any discussions around closing schools. But I'd like to get Deputy Superintendent Vicar's comments on that.
Thank you for that opportunity. And it concerns me that there's a rumor out there that we're closing schools. We are not closing schools, not for this year, that's for sure. I do think we have to watch and monitor our numbers, and we have to be cognizant of where we're going with declining enrollment, but there's been no decision and no discussion made about closing schools for this year. That's for the 24-25 school year.
Great. Okay. For the upcoming year. Great. I'm sorry?
Would you like that translated?
Sure. I don't. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Should I translate it?
Yes, go ahead, Isabel.
All right, thank you. Me preocupa que se está corriendo el rumor de que vamos a cerrar escuelas. En este momento no vamos a cerrar escuelas, no para este año lectivo. Sí hay algunos monitores y miembros que están activos, pero no ha habido decisión, no ha habido discusión de cerrar escuelas para el año 2024-2025.
Great, thank you. Okay, and thank you, Ms. Lopez, for coming. Okay, so we're now going to move on to public comment on agenda items. So we're now going to hear comment on specific agenda items, and the way that we've now adjusted the protocol is that you can, if you like, you can make your comments now, or you can wait until later on when the agenda item comes up, and you can either speak before we discuss the agenda item, or you can speak after staff provides its report. So with the first one, 13.9, we've got Donica Dapolo, is that right, or Dapio? DePello. Okay, so we'll come back to her. Okay, so Darian Wolf. Okay. Come on up.
So my name is Darian Wolf. I'm a current junior at Newark Memorial High School, and I came here to talk about the changes I've heard that you guys want to make about our dress code. I've seen the list from student member Lee, and there are lots of things that I do agree with, but there are some that I don't really agree with. I understand
a lot of the things on here, but I feel like the one thing that I mainly don't agree with, or two actually, is like your midriff must be covered. That one I don't really understand because yes, like I've heard that a concern is like it's a distraction for some people, but I really don't see how it's a distraction. Like if my stomach is distracting somebody else, like that says more about them than it does about me. I shouldn't have to change because it like I shouldn't have to change what I'm wearing because of somebody else's opinion. And also the thing about wearing like caps inside of a classroom, like I feel like a baseball hat like doesn't really affect anyone either. But I get like it's also a respect thing, so that I do understand, but mainly like baseball caps, I feel like wearing those in class like don't really affect like students learning or anything. So yeah, that's all I had to say on that.
Thank you, Ms. Wolf. Okay, and is Ms. Stapolo back? DePello. Okay, all right, so Ms. Gutierrez?
Primero les quiero avisar que son mentiras lo que acaban de decir. Sí lo dijeron la junta pasada, que una de las cosas que están en la propuesta es cerrar escuelas, así que no dejen que les echen mentiras. All right, so this policy is too general and does not show that its purpose is to provide a safe environment for all students or the individual protection of the student themselves. For example, what is the intent behind not being able to wear a hat backwards? How is a hat worn backwards going to hurt anyone, or what protection will be provided when that hat is forward? What is the intent by allowing someone to wear a hat, and what is the intent by what is the intent in not allowing somebody to wear a hat and a hoodie at the same time when, let's say, for example, the weather is cold? If the weather is cold, then you are actually creating a dangerous environment by depriving the individual from wearing double headgear. You are actually inhibiting a safe and warm environment since the students are not allowed to stay warm and possibly they will end up getting sick. Now, these rules are unclear. Now, there is religious headgear that someone will be wearing and then a double headgear, but that's going to be against the policy because your policy is so strict. Now, my child goes to school in cold days like this. She wears her hoodie, under sweater, and then she wears her other hoodie. Why? Because she gets cold. So I don't understand how this is creating an unprotected environment. You say no inappropriate parts should be shown. Now, what can we consider to be inappropriate? You are leaving language that is subjective and open to interpretation. My father will say that a female showing her ankles is inappropriate. Now, some of you probably may be his age, and that's probably what you guys consider to be inappropriate. So, there are shirts that have see-through shirt sleeves, and they may be a professional attire. And now, based on your guys' policy, that's going to be completely prohibited. You say that protective attire is, that you say something along the lines of protective attire in specialized settings. What does that mean? This is a school. Be specific. What kind of special settings are going to require this type of attire? What is the board's intent behind this dress code? Do you apply the antiquated views on your antiquated views on students? Because safety does not seem to be a priority here. We do have a problem. Do we have a gang-related problem activity? Not that we're aware of. Do we have sexual harassment issues? Not that we're aware of. Are students not in a safe environment at schools? And is there information that the board is being made aware of that we are not? There is no need here to divert from the CSBA recommended language. Have students and parents been allowed to provide their input? Parents should have a say as to what their child can or cannot wear, since they are the ones purchasing these clothes. I do have a few minutes, but I do want to tell you about an incident where there was a child that was suspended because he was wearing a beanie in a classroom. The child had to shave his head. The child was embarrassed and did not want to take his beanie off. Because of these strict policies, the teacher insisted that he had to leave and get suspended. This is true. This happened here in USD. These are the kind of policies where the language is so strict
and so subjective that it's going to actually create a detrimental situation to the students. Please review the policy, and please do not make it subjective. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gutierrez. And now, Ms. Dapolo. Okay, I'm going to, hold on. Okay. Third time's the charm. So, Ms. DePello.
Hi, so I'm here to talk about the dress code. I'm a current freshman at Newark Memorial, and I just think that there are certain things on the dress code that make sense, such as like the gang related and like certain things like that. But what doesn't make sense to me is how you say that you need inappropriate things covered, but the main things that you want covered are like girls' stomachs or their shoulders. And I don't think my stomach or my shoulder is inappropriate. Yes, there's certain like limits where it should be extended to, but I think that if there's maybe like a couple inches of my stomach, or maybe I have an off-the-shoulder shirt like I'm wearing today, I don't think any of that is inappropriate or any of that is gonna hurt my learning or somebody else's learning, and I don't think that it's gonna just mess up like your school district or just anything that has to do with school, because obviously it's okay outside of school, but I don't think that it's gonna hurt anyone or myself. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. DePello. Okay, and Monica Quiro, oh, you know what, actually, I apologize. So this was supposed to be on non-agenda, and it was at the bottom of my stack. So Monica Quiroz, is that how you say your name?
Hola, buenas noches, la mesa directiva. Soy Mónica Quiroz. Vengo esta noche porque les quiero hablar de la importancia de ser claros y honestos con sus acciones. Nosotros, como miembros de esta comunidad, tenemos derecho a saber exactamente cómo están administrando los fondos del distrito, y esta mesa directiva no está demostrando que son honestos con nuestra comunidad. Hoy aprobaron la contratación de un nuevo empleado, tal como lo hicieron hace 2 semanas, pero ahora, en vez de aprobar la contratación de estos nuevos empleados en sesión pública, ahora lo hacen bajo puerta cerrada. ¿Qué esconden? ¿Por qué no nos dan más informes sobre las personas que van a contratar? Nosotros, como miembros de la comunidad, merecemos ese derecho y esa información. Son nuestros impuestos pagados esos salarios. Al igual, vemos que siguen gastando y gastando dinero en restaurantes. Pero ¿en qué ayuda eso a los estudiantes? ¿Van a cerrar escuelas y quitar programas mientras que se están comprando su lonche con el dinero de nuestros estudiantes? Basta con el abuso del poder y por estar malgastando nuestro dinero del distrito. Y como padre de familia de este distrito y miembro de la comunidad, exijo que esta mesa sea responsable y administren bien las finanzas por el bien de nuestros estudiantes y de nuestra comunidad. Buenas noches, gracias.
Thank you, Ms.
Good
Quiroz.
night. My name is Monica Quiroz. I am coming here tonight to speak about the importance of being honest about and transparent about our actions. Us, as members of the community, have the right to know how the board is administrating the budget of the district, and this board has not been showing honesty. Today, it was approved the hiring of a new employee, as it happened 2 weeks ago. But now, instead of accepting it, of hiring them publicly, they're doing it behind closed doors. What are you hiding? Why aren't there more reports about the people that are being hired? Us, as members of the community, have a right to the information because it is our taxes, which the ones that are paying your salaries, and you keep spending and spending in restaurants. And in what way is that helping the students? They're closing schools and closing programs while they buy their lunch with our students' money. So stop with this power, with this abuse of power. Stop spending money with the family, with the parents' district, with the money of the district, and stop using these members, members of this board to start being responsible with the finance for the good of the students. Thank you and good night.
Okay, thank you for the translation. And again, I think we need some clarification here. And so, because it's number one, it's my understanding that the only positions that have been basically laid off were communicated last week, right? There hasn't been anything recent. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And that was all publicly shared. And so that's number one. And then number two, I'm not clear on the issue about spending money in restaurants. And do we have any more detail about that? I'm sorry? Okay, so I think you'll have to, the warrant report is quite large, so I think somebody needs to point it out. But it's not my understanding that there's parties going on at restaurants.
Not to my knowledge, there's not.
All right, so ma'am, we're speaking, okay, this is not a public meeting, right? So this is a meeting of the board in public. We're not supposed to be having a dialogue. I'm asking for clarification. Excuse me. I am asking a question of the deputy superintendent. You are not involved in this discussion. If this behavior continues, I'm going to ask that you be removed. Okay, again, I will repeat to you, Miss, that again, you should know
Okay,
better.
point of
Yeah.
order, please.
Yeah,
Can we
so-
please let it go? And then,
Yeah, so-
Ms. Bakar, could you please answer the question that Member Hill is asking? Thank you.
So go ahead.
Thank you. There are warrant reports for various restaurant expenditures. Many of them come from some of the professional development things that we've done, along with some meetings that have been hosted where these have been planned to be able to help support the community. I had to look, if there was something specific that is called out, I had to sit and look at the specific warrant, who the category was, and find out more information. I'm happy to do that too.
Okay, great. So, and then I think the last comment was about closing schools, and I think that was addressed earlier, that at this point there have been no discussions of closing schools. So, and there's been no discussions not only for the current year, but for the next year. So there have been no discussions. So can we have that translated, Ms. Schuster?
Yes, she's on it.
Go ahead, Isabel. Yes. Should I summarize the three main points that he was sharing, or just everything?
I think you can just summarize the points.
Ok, perfecto. Entonces, quisiera aclarar, en mi entendimiento, las decisiones que han sido tomadas de despidos y contrataciones han sido comunicadas en la semana pasada y han sido compartidas públicamente. Eso, número uno. En número dos, con respecto a los gastos en restaurantes, necesito un poco más de detalles. Hay reportes de garantía de que hay ciertos gastos en restaurantes, pero estos son justificados por motivos de la categoría. Estaríamos felices de dar un poco más de información al respecto cuando se llegue a este punto. Y finalmente hubo un comentario con respecto a cerrar escuelas, que creo que fue agendado más temprano. No hay ninguna discusión en este momento para el año actual, sino para el año próximo, pero no hay ninguna discusión actual para cerrar escuelas en este momento.
Thank you for the translation. Okay, we're finished with public comment. Moving on to Section 10, Superintendent Report. So, Superintendent Bakar.
Thank you. Thank
We
you for
want
the
to be heard.
opportunity to be able to speak to you this evening. I want to share with you the district LCAP committee met last night, and Rochelle Piszkowski, who is our middle school principal, is now serving as the interim project coordinator. She will be leading, project director, and she will be leading this work. We discussed that this is a new 3-year plan cycle, and the district would like to align the LCAP to the board goals to ensure consistency among all of our programs and to ensure that we are able to develop consistent metrics. Additionally, we talked about the lower enrollment in ADA and concerns that have occurred this year regarding some of the fines that we've received from the CDE. As you know, those continue to be a concern of mine, and we continue to try to ask questions to learn more about what we can do to be able to adjust those. The LCAP committee will be meeting again on April 11th, and they will be reviewing their past goals and also identify new goals, and these will be prioritized and funding will be attached. Additionally, we are looking forward to the College and Career Night, which is coming up at Newark Memorial High School this Thursday, March 21st from 6 p.m. till 8:30 p.m. And the Newark City Manager reached out to us to let us know that there is a window of opportunity to apply with the Alameda County Housing Authority, which is opening a wait list for residents to apply for housing vouchers. As noted, this will be conducted on a random lottery system, and applications will be accepted starting Tuesday, April 2nd, 2024 at 8 a.m. Pacific Standard Time through Friday, April 5th, 2024 at 11:59 p.m. The HACA will conduct a random lottery draw of all applications received during the opening period to be placed on the wait list. Housing staff will assist folks with the application process if needed, and we will be posting this link on our website this week. You can also find the link on the city website. Coming up is our spring break. This will begin on March 29th, and we hope our students and families and employees all have a restful break. And we are looking forward to wrapping up our school year when we return. Testing will be occurring and lots of end-of-the-year activities. It's always a lot of fun, I think, for the celebration as we come to the end of the year. And then lastly, I have a comment from Dr. De Leon that I would like to share with the community. Dear Newark Unified Community, as you know, I have been out on medical leave. I hope to be clear to return very soon. In the meantime, I'm deeply grateful to our Board of Education and everyone who has filled in my absence. I also extend my gratitude to the many folks who have written me with well wishes and encouragement. I appreciate your kindness during this difficult time. In service, Dr. De Leon. I just want to share with the board, it's been my honor to be able to help serve and to be able to help support this district during this time, and I'm grateful for the opportunity.
Great, thank you, Ms. Vakar. Any questions from the board? Member Nguyen?
I just want to thank Ms. Bakar. I know that you've been stepping in and taking on additional responsibility, and it's been hard. And just want you to know that I do appreciate all the things that you're doing currently with us, and that we recognize that it has been a difficult process. So I just wanted to say personally thank you for you stepping up. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Nguyen. I appreciate that.
Other questions or comments from the board? Okay. Can we take, let's take a 5-minute break. So I think people need a bio break. So let's take a 5-minute break, and we will reconvene at 9 a.m. or 9 p.m.
Thank you.
Move on to 11.1, Home to School Transportation Plan. So Deputy Superintendent Vakar.
Good evening, Board. It is my pleasure this evening to introduce you the NUSC Transportation Plan. This is an annual plan that we present to you. And with it, we get some additional money from the state. And one of the requirements is that the board needs to approve the plan annually or biannually. Last year, you only selected to do it on an annual basis, I believe. And so I'm bringing it forward to you again this year. Our transportation for many, many years was really only set at about $250,000. That's all we received from the state. The rest of it really came off your general fund. Over the years, that's changed a little bit. There's some additional funding that's sitting out there. So looking at the plan,
Oh.
It was up there.
It was up there. Hold on. Hold on. It's not showing. I had it up. Fine, it's gonna take a minute.
here we go. You go to the second page.
Is that where it goes to?
Oh,
It's not. Let me just scroll up and down.
Here we go.
Let me just scroll up and down.
Okay, so during the 23-24 state budget, we include the opportunity for school districts to receive some reimbursement for home to school transportation, based on the current transportation allocation of 60%, which is reported using a calculation. In order to receive the funds, the school district is required to submit a transportation plan for approved by the board by April of 2024. I'm not going to read the very, but basically we do need to consult with parents who would be utilizing this program. We do that through our IEP process. And then we also work in consultation with working with several different agencies, including the Bay Area Air Quality Management.
Yeah, somebody can't hear you. There you go.
Here we go. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
All right, my apologies for that. Let me just go back and just kind of recap a couple of things. So the board has the opportunity annually to be able to ask for a little extra funding. It still doesn't completely cover all of our costs, since we do not offer typically home-to-school transportation except for in special incidences, typically with our special education programs and through our IEPs. We consult with our parents. We've also consulted with, we are working very closely with the Bay Area Air Quality Control Management District. There's a variety of meetings that are held throughout the year on what we can do to help reduce our emissions. And so all of those things are kind of, tied up into what we use in order to be able to help create our plan. Next slide, please. So currently our contracted services are for students with disabilities and our parents reimbursement for students with disabilities. And the air quality transit bus passes for students who are qualified through either McKinney-Vento and foster youth services, and through an online application process for students in grades 6 to 12 at no cost to the students. And so that primarily makes up our plan. As part of the background for the transportation plan presented to the board before you is kind of a calculation of what we are projecting for our regular transportation expense, which is $929,936.85. With that, 60% of that is reimbursed at $557,962.11, and then less this additional dollar amount of $73,445. That would bring our total revenue really to $484,517.11, which is kind of our share of the cost what we have if the plan is accepted and if approved by our auditors. So with that, I'm asking you to please approve the plan as presented here this evening.
Thank you, Ms. Vakar. So questions from the board?
I'd just like to thank you for clarifying exactly what the reimbursement was going to be like. I have to be honest that I looked at the slide and I wasn't quite sure what that looked like.
Yeah.
So thank you for making that clarification.
I think this is one of the ways that the state's tried to equalize, bringing back some additional apportionment to schools to help offset with the rising costs of just being able to offer these types of services. Like I said, for many, many years, it never changed for decades. It was a very small percentage. It didn't matter how large your school district got, you still got the same number, no matter what size you were. So it's nice that they're offering some additional assistance, and, and I realize we don't get to offer, on a daily route for students, but for students that really need to have the assistance, we're lucky to have our neighborhood schools, but sometimes they still need a little extra help, and this actually helps them do that and helps us offset some of the cost.
Great. Any other questions from the board? Okay, thank you, Ms. Fakar. So we need to take an action here. So can I get a motion to approve the home-to-school transportation plan?
I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
Okay. Roll call, please.
Member Joy?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
Member Plicante?
Yes.
Member Jones?
Yes.
And President Hill?
Yes,
And Member Thomas is not here.
correct. So motion carries 4 yeas and 1 absent or abstain. Okay. I guess it's not even counted. Okay, so moving on to agenda item, the audit report, Measure G bond. So Superintendent Fakar.
Yeah, thank you very much for this opportunity. I believe we have a speaker online with us. Is he there? From Christy White? No. We do have a member out in the audience who actually serves on our audit committee for our Measure G bond. And so I would like to introduce Ms. Parks. She's out there in the audience, and she had joined us at our meeting the other evening when Christy White's group reported to us. Do you want to come up? Say hi.
I wasn't prepared to speak.
I know you weren't.
I was hoping that the gentleman from Christy White was going to be here to speak, but we met last Tuesday, and we had reviewed the audit, and like we do at every meeting, we also review the finances, keeping track of everything. So we were very pleasantly pleased to see that the audit, there was no findings in it. They did the financial and the performance portion, which is what is required annually. And we're hoping that this will be the last year, and that by June 30th, all the money will be spent and Measure G will be a thing of the past. So, but we will have to, because we always work a year behind, so you'll see us again in a year with the information regarding this year's finances. So thank you very much.
Just a little bit of information.
Thank you, Ms. Parks.
Thank you, Mrs. Parks. And I just gotta say, they are a really great group of people. They've been great stewards of our district for a number of years, looking out for Measure G, being the oversight committee. I've reviewed the minutes. They are stellar. And what was really nice was the amount of information they knew about the history of the bond. That bond is coming to an end, as we discussed at a most recent meeting. There's only $15,393 left inside that bond. That will be spent out. We actually talked about a spending plan and how we were going to go about doing that and some of the ways that we could do that effectively. I did talk with Crow today, and they will be presenting to the audit committee this coming week. And so they'll kind of structure out what the plan looks like for next year. But with that, we would like to be able to have you accept the audit report as presented.
Thank you, Ms. Fakar. So can I get a motion to accept the audit report?
I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
Okay, roll call, Ms. Hoekstra.
Student Member Joy?
Yes.
Member Thomas?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
Member Plicante?
Yes.
Member Jones?
Yes.
And President Hill?
Yes. All right, motion carries unanimously.
May I just say one
Sure.
closing comment with regards to this? This is a really important audit, in my opinion, because it kind of is the final audit. I realize we're going to have one more cleanup audit, but there's not much left to really spend. But I think really what this is going to tell our community is the ways that we spent the money over the years. This really is our storyline as to what we did to be able to take care of our schools, and now it's kind of come to a sunset time. So I think it's really important. It will also become really important when we start to talk about our credit rating here in the district and whether or not we were good stewards of our last spot. And this will be a piece that we will have to defend when we want to go after our credit rating to make sure that we get the very best rating so that our taxpayers, if we ask them in the future to pay for another bond or a bond extension, that they know that we are going after the very best rate because we did all the right kinds of things in that year after year that we've had audits. They've been pretty stellar. And so I just think it's an important point to be able to bring up in this committee because really that oversight committee was really important language that was inside the bond last time. It was important that the district found really good stewards to continue leading that oversight committee.
Thank you. Yeah, and thank you, Ms. Parks and your team. Okay, so moving on to 11.3, Audit Committee Member Appointment. And so should I defer to Member Jones and Member...
I would very much so like you to refer to
Okay, so Member Jones, you want to give us an update on this?
Yeah, so I'm just going to read the background for this. The Audit Committee currently has 2 members whose terms have expired, or actually had until recently. Their positions include the voting and the non-voting community members. The request for Audit Committee membership applications was posted at the district office and online on January 16th of 2024. The application deadline was February 15th, 2024. The Audit Committee reviewed 1 application for the voting member position and interviewed the applicant on February 28th of 2024. The Audit Committee recommends Aaron Weiss, the appointed by the Board of Education to the Audit Committee as a voting member. Mr. Weiss has been on the Audit Committee as a non-voting member since he was board approved on June 6th of 2017. He was appointed his first term as a voting member on March 18th of 2022. There were no other applications for non-voting positions, and the committee, which we are meeting tomorrow, will be discussing the reposting of this position at moving forward. That will close towards the end of May, probably. We haven't done a final discussion on that yet, in hopes of finding a non-voting member to join our committee. So we are honored and proud to say that Aaron Weiss will be continuing for the next 2 years, and the committee really values his work. Nancy, would you like to add anything?
No, I think you said it well. Appreciate it.
Great. And I would just like to comment that while I was on the Audit Committee, I also served with, I mean, I should know it because I always call him by his first, it's Weiss, right? It's not Weiss. So I worked with Mr. Weiss for a couple of years, and he's a former, he's a certified public accountant. He's a former auditor working at an external firm. Now he works in finance in Silicon Valley. He's a very knowledgeable accounting professional. But more than that, he's just a very, kind of logical and dispassionate person. And that's not even really the right term to use. I mean, I think he cares a lot about the district, and he has a kid in the district. But he just approaches things from on an even keel, and I think he adds a lot of value to the committee. And so I think it's great that you guys reappointed him. So that's my 2 cents. And I'm happy to make the motion for the board to ratify Mr. Weiss as the public voting member. Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Okay, so President Hill motions, Member Wen seconds. Can we get roll call, Ms. Schuster?
Student Member Joy?
Yes.
Board Member Thomas?
Yes.
Board Member Nguyen?
Yes.
Board Member Poncante?
Yes.
Board Member Jones?
Yes.
President Hill?
Yes. All right, motion carries unanimously. Moving on to 11.4, Board Listening Tour. So Superintendent Vakar?
Thank you. At the last board meeting, there was a suggestion made from a community member that perhaps we may want to consider some sort of fireside chat. And so in thinking about this, I would like to bring back to you the idea of doing a listening tour on district-related topics for continuous improvement and to better service, to provide better services related to student achievement, district goals, and the future of Newark Unified, et cetera. At the last board meeting, when the community made the recommendation, I really thought it was a great idea, and I thought the timing was really perfect for this to happen. And I was hoping that perhaps the board would have a discussion about maybe how you could pair up and maybe go and set up a couple of meetings during the spring season to be able to listen. With the Brown Act, something I guess I would want to say is that this is where you need to be a good listener and not necessarily respond, because you would have a chance later on to be able to come back here in this forum and be able to share what it is that you heard, so that it would be actually been tabled in the Brown Act. But just something for your consideration and input and consideration, and I hope it's something that you will consider for this season.
And I'd also like to comment on this. So I believe the community member was Rachel Wood. I think she goes by Ray Wood, and she called it a fireside chat. I think it's really an excellent idea, and it's coming at a good time. The only thing I would modify is just given that we live in California, the word fire is not always a popular one, and so maybe we substitute that with listening tour. And per Superintendent Vacar, I mean, not only do we have to be mindful that we're really there to listen, it's really not an exchange necessarily. However, if we do abide by the Brown Act and we have 2 board members there, and really not more than that, that won't be a violation. And just so long as the members express that the opinions that they're sharing are their own, and it's not necessarily representative of the board as a whole, I don't think that we'll have a challenge with that. And if the board agrees that this is something that's good to do, I'd like to pair up with the student member, because I haven't had a chance to really work with her yet. And so that's sort of my request, but I would open it up to comments here from the board on this whole topic. Go ahead, student member.
I'm definitely for this. I'm actually learned this week what a fireside chat is. It's something that President Franklin D. Roosevelt introduced to America during his first 100 days of presidency, and it provided Americans with it provided communication and transparency to Americans so that they can just make the right decisions. And so I was really happy to see this on our agenda, and so I'm totally for it.
Other comments? Member Thomas?
I think it's a great idea. I think it would be good to have it moderated, so moderated by perhaps Ms.
Staff.
Vacar or staff, and sort of to keep things on track or kind of scope out areas that might be discussed. You know, let's first listen to you about our goals. Let's listen to you about other issues. So I think as long as there's a little structure with it so that it's more effective, I'm all for it.
I was even thinking maybe about some of that large Post-it paper that we could actually stick up, and maybe taking a couple of notes, just so that we actually have kind of a record of some of the ideas that came forward, and maybe indeed some of the topics of our goals.
I think that sounds like a really good idea. I like the idea of just, the Post-it pad, the big, huge Post-it pad, and getting the ideas. But I like the idea of having some structure to it so that, it doesn't go on forever and there's kind of some movement. But I think having a moderator would be important. And I'd really like to pair up with Fong on this.
You're on, Kat.
Okay. Great.
Well, Nancy,
I'd love
to pair up
I'd
with you.
love to pair up with you too.
The best for last, and I really think that I agree with having structure, and I also really think we should think about this as an opportunity to just give a general overview too of the roles of the board as well, because I feel like that would be really helpful. At least that's what I've gotten from the community members who've spoken, is that, there is that transparency that's needed, and really just, utilizing this time to even provide a little bit of education. Even also, I know that it's touching a little bit on the bond, on the upcoming work that's going to take as well, but if we could even discuss, the different buckets, right, per se, of the money that is spent, that there is to spend and that we can spend on things, because I think that's also another big misconception too. And it's something that I've had to learn as well with this role that I have now, is to really understand that, yes, we say we have $38 million, but really the fact is that there's again, for lack of a better term, buckets, and those buckets are earmarked for certain things, and we cannot mix money from one bucket to another. And so I really think that if we could also somehow think about factoring that in and use it as a listening tour, but also just to give a better overview to our community as far as, what the budget, just a general, in layman's term, what that is, because it is a beast, the budget, and then also, again, about really the oversight that the board provides and what they're responsible for.
Go ahead, Member Wen.
I think this is a great idea, but also this is an opportunity for us as a district to also educate our community on our roles, like Member Plancarte had mentioned, but also, check in with them and also allow all of us to see the challenges and also see what's working well. I mean, positives and negatives, and then have it in a structured way. I really do believe that that's probably the best way to be able to do that, so that everyone gets their input and then felt heard, and then also a little bit of background as to how schools are funded. I mean, general knowledge that families don't generally know. So those are my inputs.
And I would agree with both Member Wen and Member Plancarte that, certainly there are topics that may seem obvious to us as a board because we've been serving in this capacity for a little time, but I certainly remember a time when I didn't know anything about the board, and I had a lot of conceptions or misconceptions about things. And so being able to clarify some of that, just as you're saying, Member Wen and Member Plancarte, but also I think, to your point, Member Wen, this really needs to be a listening tour, right? And so as they say, God gave us 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason, right? So we need to be listening more than speaking. And so I think that we ought to try to structure it in that way.
Yes, like for us to hear the challenges and the positives from the community instead of us, dictating what the challenges and what the positives are. I think that's really important so that we have a true knowledge of what we're missing out on in the district, since we don't have, all eyes on all sides, right?
Member Lee?
I have a question. How are the dates being determined of when we will have when we're going to have our board listening tours?
I don't think we've gotten that far, but I think that we're open. I mean, my thought would be, and again, this is just a suggestion, is that that if we pair up, that we kind of identify the schools and go on a rotation, and that we can identify among the members what is what interval that rotation is, like whether it's once a month or twice a month. But I think that if we were to do something like that in the next couple of months, we could hit all the schools, at least with part of the membership. And after a couple of months, every single pair of board members would be able to go to a school. So that's my thought. Go ahead, Member Wen.
So my suggestion would be probably structured around the PTA meetings, just so that families who aren't involved in the PTA get something out of it also, so that, because they're always looking for membership, and then that way we can do it during that 1 hour meeting,
Yeah, that's a great idea. Okay, other thoughts?
So I think,
Sorry, please, you can go first. I'll go after.
so I think what we need is a list of PTA dates, and maybe, I know you're awful busy, Ms. Vicar, but maybe you could collect those dates and shoot them back to us. And I hate to wait till the next meeting to.
Oh, no, I would agree. I think that we should try to see if we can get something started before the next board meeting.
Yeah, and it's not a Brown Act violation to coordinate a meeting time among ourselves. So, yeah, I would say if we can start doing this sooner rather than later, that would be great.
I do want to share with the district that we do have a number of evening meetings coming up between now and the end of the school year. So there are going to be some limitations as to being able to maybe hit every single school, and I would like to really ask you to kind of maybe consider maybe pairing up somehow. I am a little concerned about time, and with the number of things that we have on our list to want to be able to accomplish, to be able to hit our LCAP work that needs to be done, looking at our budget work that needs to be done. I just want to make sure that we're able to do everything and not overcommit.
Yeah.
And so I would ask that you kind of maybe reconsider now if you want to make sure that you hit every school between now, maybe also moving into the beginning of the year, this is going to become like a regular thing that we're going to do, then I can see where you might be able to do that. But I think it'll be very difficult to hit every single one of them.
That is correct, because the PTA meetings, there's only going to be 2 left, April and May. The ones probably for March has already happened. So that will limit, depending on and sometimes they have it on the same night, so at the sites. So those are all things to consider, but I think if we start, and then I know that with the bond work that's coming up, there's going to be crossover between, us teaming up, because I know I'll be spending some time with Member Plancarte. But yeah, I think just getting the schedule down and committing to it and continuing it through the next school year is definitely a possibility.
Yeah, I think so too.
And what I would say is, because again, obviously, as you're saying, there's a lot of things going on. And so maybe, per your suggestion, Member Thomas, that we could have the deputy superintendent deputize another district person to sort of be our chaperone, just so that she can stay on the big items that need to get done.
There's definitely some other people, I think, in the
It could
district
be,
that.
it could be any, maybe you could get volunteers from among the principals.
Yeah, maybe the
Yeah,
principals.
no, and they're going to their school sites, and, there'll be a comfort level there too with their families.
Yeah.
I would
That'd be
agree with
good.
that too.
And then I also just want to chime in and say that we should really utilize all of our communication avenues to publicize this, because I just want to make sure that, we are being transparent, that we are providing ample time, and that we are also making sure that we are including everyone essentially as well.
I'm making good notes.
Okay, any other comments?
No,
And so
I'm excited.
This is not really a formal action, but I think we're providing direction to you
You are.
to help us coordinate on something.
I'm actually really excited about this. I think this is something that will be really good for our district, and I think it'll be good for all of us to be able to learn and listen, and then be able to kind of come up with plans how we can maybe start to address some things.
Mm-hmm.
Some things we may not be able to do, but I think, there should be probably ideas that come, and there might be great ideas that come forward that we haven't thought of. And I think our community can really help us with that.
Absolutely.
It's great.
Okay, so at the risk of jinxing us, we're at 9:28, and I think we can name that tune for those of you that remember that show.
Mm-hmm.
In less than 30 minutes. So I would like to issue the challenge. Do we think we can do that, or do we?
Yes, but I would like one negotiation.
Wow, okay.
So when we get to the consent agenda items, so let's approve the personnel report, and then we'll get to the consent agenda item, and then I will negotiate.
Okay, all right. Okay, we have 30 minutes, so all right. Okay, so let's move on to 12.2 personnel. Well, I should say just 12. So do we want to pull the personnel report, or do we want to approve it? Is there anybody that wants to pull it?
I'm good with it.
Okay, so can I get a motion to approve item 12, consent agenda personnel items?
I move that we approve the
I'll second.
personnel
Okay,
agenda.
roll call, please.
I'm sorry, who made the motion second? Who made the motion second?
Student? Student Joy? Oh, I'm sorry. Board Member Thomas?
Yes.
Board Member Nguyen?
Yes.
Board Member Plancante?
Yes.
Board Member Jones?
Yes.
And President Hill?
Yes, okay, motion carries. Okay, let's move on to agenda item or area 13, non-personnel items. So Member Nguyen, would you like to pull an item, or is there a larger negotiation that's involved here?
So I would like for us to bring back 13.9 as a second reading, along with 13.16, the student board member. There's language in there that I would like to change. And the rest, we can vote and we can get out of here before 9:30 if that's okay. 9:30? Before 10.
Okay, may I make a comment too?
Yes.
I think it's important for those two items I know our student board member wanted to speak to the the student board members. So we should have a discussion. That's kind of the purpose of the first and second reading, to have a discussion about each one of them that's pulled and to get kind of members' thoughts on it so that staff can bring it back.
So you're proposing that for that item at least, that we have a discussion?
For those two items.
For the two items, yeah, real quick.
Okay. All right, and I'm sorry, my board docs crashed right as you were telling the numbers. So what were they?
13.9, the dress code.
Okay.
And then
13.16.
13.16.
Okay, great. So can I get a motion to approve 13.2 through 13.8, 13.10 through 13.15, and 13.17 through 13.22?
I'll make a motion
I'll
to
second.
approve the ones you called out.
Okay, so Member Thomas moves and Member Plancarte, or did you make the motion? You made it. Okay, so sorry, Member Plancarte moves, Member Thomas seconds. Roll call, please.
Member Thomas?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Board Member Joy can vote on this.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's okay.
Member Joy?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
Member Plancante?
Yes.
Member Jones?
Yes.
And President Hill?
Yes, all right, motion carries unanimously. Okay, so agenda item 13.9, so Member Nguyen? Or do we want to have anybody here comment on that first before you raise your issue? I mean, why don't you just go ahead?
I do agree with a couple of the public speakers tonight in terms of like a little bit more specifics so that students aren't, or whoever is administrating the policy is not subject to interpretation. So for me, while I do agree with the majority of the dress code that's being presented, there are some items on there, in particular regarding hats being worn in class. I think baseball hats are fine as long as, they're worn appropriately. Again, I mean, like, I don't want it to be, the dress code to be in any way penalizing our students, regardless of the fact, for their appearance, So I think that, and also, I think that we changed it and put the diagram on there. So there may be, one discussion with the students at the high school again, just to get their input and then come back and vote on it. But that's my input. Thank you.
Other comment, Member Thomas?
Yeah, I like most of what I see in the, let me get back to the AR with the diagram.
I think we need to show less ankle.
What's that? The one thing I would question is the midriff issue. You were at Hats Assembly, and if you were there, you saw some bare midriffs. They weren't real bare. They weren't, they were in tune with the costume that students were wearing. And I kind of question whether we really need to call out bare midriffs at all. Just hope, unless it becomes a problem in the future, and then we can adapt the dress code. That's my thought.
Other comments?
Yeah, I just have also two things that everything else looks really good, and I definitely do agree. Two things I do disagree with though would be like the hat, like caps, like baseball caps, like those are not. It doesn't hinder students nor teachers learning within classrooms, and also the bare midriffs. I feel like there's a lot of stores currently right now that do carry these types of clothes, and so by prohibiting it, you are going to have to ask parents to go buy new clothes, or and bareness of the midriff does not really, it doesn't, if it affects another person's learning, it means that that's a problem with the person that it's being affected by, not the person that is wearing it. And by implementing something like this, which does not have any correlation to a student's learning nor a student's safety, I feel like we're placing more of the blame onto the person that's wearing it, making it feel more shameful instead of moving towards something that's addressing the person who is saying these things, and who is actually attacking the other person.
Okay, other comments?
I'd like to just make a comment that I understand what we're talking about, the, dress code from head to toe, but I also, when I read this, I interpreted that the copy there that talks about the dress code shall be modified as appropriate to accommodate, different things, and to Member Thomas's comment of the fact that we did have the hats assembly and the students' midriffs were uncovered. I think that would fall in line with what it talks about here, that the dress code shall be modified as appropriate to accommodate certain circumstances. I think that we should allow a certain amount of self-expression for students, absolutely. But just my take on this is that, those are on a case-by-case basis, possibly, depending on what the circumstances are. And I think just to have a general guideline, I would say my take on it is that we aren't, just my interpretation of it, this is my opinion, is that we are not therefore calling out any students or making anybody feel uncomfortable, but I think that to some extent there should be some sort of a dress code that should be followed. And again, just to make that point about the dress code shall be modified, and I think there should be some more emphasis where that's concerned, depending on certain circumstances.
So, Member Jones.
Okay, so this is actually the third read of the dress code. It's not the first or the second, it is the third. Everything that you see, the board members, when you bring it up, or community members when you bring it up online, everything in green is CSBA. There was a reference to that earlier tonight, that we had changed a lot of CSBA language. We actually did not change too much CSBA language, other than the 4 bulleted points under the following guidelines shall apply to all registered school activities. So anything in blue was information that we added in. Some of that was changed in September and was accepted at the time. There were a couple modifications. It was taken back to ASB, and ASB did have one comment in the fall that they did not care for, and that was the no strapless tops, which we did not hear anything about tonight, so I'm going to assume that that is no longer an issue. We did hear about the midriff, the no midriff, which is new from the first reading, but not from the second reading. The second reading, it did have that in there. And I think that, what we're really trying to do is to create a good atmosphere, a collegial and an academic atmosphere. I know that in this fall, when we talked about it, we discussed the fact that when you go for a job and you're at McDonald's, you have to wear their uniform. And it's just something that you have to do. And we have not asked for uniforms, as part of our dress code, but we are asking for a level of respect to the fact that it is an educational facility where the students are working, they're working on their education. So this is the history behind what is here. is that there has been a tremendous amount of thought put into it. We looked at the local districts, we looked at Fremont, we looked at New Haven. What we have here is almost identical to what they have. In fact, Fremont is where we picked up the picture. That came from them. So we are not alone in looking at this as the dress code for Newark Unified. We chose to give it some time between the fall and now, but felt it is very important that we bring it back now so that it can be printed into the handbooks so that we're not starting something mid-year, a new policy mid-year. Student member Lee, I know you talked about, kids shopping. And I can remember taking my own kids. I can remember going myself, before school starts and you do your new school shopping. So, I know that that's easier for some families than others. I recognize that. But I also feel that if we're giving them 6 months advance warning that it's not going to be a surprise and there shouldn't be any issues because they will be aware of what the policy is. So I actually recommend that we vote for this as is. Thank you.
Okay, and I would also just like to thank Member Jones and others for all the work that they've done on this, because it is a Herculean task, and I think a thankless task, because, at the end of the day, I think that all these things are judgment calls, right? I mean, so what people wear, it's a cultural norm, right? And so you can't necessarily say that something's right or wrong, but where I would agree is that, as Member Jones says, like when you ultimately graduate and you get a job, there's an expectation that you dress a certain way. And it differs depending on the job, right? So whether you're, a teacher or whether you're in the military or whatever. And I don't think that it's a bad thing to necessarily set a standard. And I don't think that we're ever going to please everybody. And maybe just one clarification around the hats piece and the hoodies. Because like as a teacher, I'll tell you, where I get concerned on that particular issue is I have kids that, so number one, I have a no cell phone policy in class because kids are there to be discussing and absorbing and not be on their phones doing other stuff. But you'll have a lot of kids that will put their cell phones in their pockets, but then they'll have their ear pods and they're either listening to music or they're doing other stuff. And the key thing is that they're not engaging with the content. And so it's very difficult to see whether a kid actually has ear pods or whatever in if they've got a hat that's over their ears or a hoodie. And so I think that at least is maybe one of the reasons why that was put in there. But again, I don't think that it's I think we could talk about this forever. So I guess the question to the board is, are there, delaying this, what additional information needs to get collected at this point to delay a decision on this?
Are you asking when does it have to be in the student handbook?
No, what I'm asking is if we want to if we feel that we still need to make modifications to this document, what additional information do we have to collect before we can make a decision?
I think one of the things that we need to know is from the different school sites when they're putting together their handbook to get it ready for next year, that would be our absolute cutoff. But I mean, that would be the absolute latest we could do it. Prior to that, I think it's important for us to get this out, that this is coming, that it will be in the handbook, so that parents and students are aware that the policy is changing, that we are going with basically what CSBA has said. We've just kind of spelled it out a little bit more clearly. I mean, I know that let me see if I can scroll up here.
Did CSBA address the midriff issue?
I don't have my computer on me to know for sure. It should be right in there, though. Let me see.
I don't believe it was in the CSBA.
I don't think it was specific. Let me look. Oh, yes.
So those garment coverings should be lowering the body must be sufficient to cover, I think is what it's.
No sheer blouses or tops that do not cover the midriff are allowed. Strapless tops or spaghetti straps, spaghetti strap tops are not allowed. So it is in there.
From CSBA.
Mm-hmm. It is.
Well, I'm fine with the midriff staying in there. I just happened to notice that during hats, and I've seen videos from my students, my grandson's classes, where they had, presentations at dances at similar to hats, and there were a lot of bare midriffs.
And I think that's perfectly acceptable because it's a performance, they're costumes, and, and I think that is definitely covered in the paragraph just following, saying that it shall be modified as appropriate to accommodate, basically that was a cultural observance. Is
To
what
Ms. Blancarte's point, I think, and this has been in Fremont's dress code, and I assume they have not had a great deal of problems with it. So I'm okay with approving this evening.
Go ahead, Member Lee.
Okay, I understand that this dress code is a very big topic. It's a very touchy topic. No one will ever be truly satisfied.
No.
But I also wanted to say that we don't go to a private school, we go to a public school, and that we live in America where freedom of expression is highly valued here, and also that once again, our midriff, it won't affect someone else's learning, and I'm sure even in some younger companies, they're fine with them showing a little bit of stomach.
Actually, she's correct. The new professional outfits and suits do have crop tops over a blazer, so she's definitely not wrong there. But again, I think the focus should be us educating and educating our students to respect each other's differences, outward appearances, and not penalize students who want to have that self-expression and feel shameful or, judged because we have quote-unquote standards that we want to implement. I get it, but again, the language here is subject to interpretation. Whether or not it says, that you can make modifications. What happened if it's an administrator or a teacher who absolutely says no to any performance dress or whatever? And then, so you're leaving that subject to interpretation to somebody who may be conservative and maybe, doesn't feel that is appropriate. And so that's where the language there I have issue with. Other than that, I understand, and most of the students, the ones that came and spoke tonight, and the ones that are in leadership, and Member Lee also expressed, the bigger picture here that we're not seeing, and what she's saying is that we need to learn to respect each other and how we dress and how we present ourselves, regardless of the fact. Because when earlier in education, when I was at school, my teachers used to come in suits all the time. Now it's really lax. Everybody's wearing jeans. So if we're gonna hold students accountable and be presentable at school, shouldn't we do the same for ourselves and our teachers who's teaching the class? So our teachers shouldn't be coming into school with wearing ripped jeans, even though that's the trend. Where's the professional dress codes for them? So my focus, I mean, what I'm trying to say is that we can't set standards for students if we don't set standards for ourselves, so.
I also found this one really good dress code that I feel is pretty good. But I sent it to your guys' emails if you guys want to take a look at it. Yeah.
So, I'd like to make a suggestion. So, since Member Jones, I mean, you were really the one that was helping to sort of consolidate this. And so, I think, I'd like to maybe defer to you to say, do we want to have more research on this topic? I mean, that's option A. Do we want to make a modification right now and vote on it, or do we want to just vote? Do we want to just vote on it the way it is?
I also want to thank you, Vice President Jones, for really just focusing on this dress code and trying to make it equitable for all students.
Thank you. I appreciate that very much, because I have spent a lot of time thinking about it. And, I don't think we can solve all the issues. I agree that for some people, this is going to feel really strict, and for others, they're not going to be fazed by it. And that's the reality. Could we add here under accommodate as students' religious or cultural observance and add in their hats ceremony? I don't think that's necessary, or hats presentation. I don't think we need to do that. I think we need to respect what is written here. Some teachers are going to follow it more religiously than others. Some students are going to follow it more religiously than others. I think that's reality. But if we don't set a standard, if we start to lower that standard, then we're lowering our expectations. And when I was a sixth grade teacher, that was one of the things that I used to always say. Set your goals high and your dreams higher. So, like shoot for this, go for this. There's going to be a little fudge room at the top. I'm not saying that that's not going to happen. It will. It will. And there will be the pants and the top that just meet, but you lift your arm and you've got some midriff showing. Is that going to make a difference? No, that's not the point. And I hear what you're saying, Member Lee and Member Nguyen, about self-expression. I get that. I really get that. Is it, when I first brought this, I thought a lot about that midriff one, and I had 4 inches, and 4 inches becomes 5 inches, it becomes 6 inches, and when I started to really look at what else was out there, all the other districts were, no, midriff must be covered, and I'm like, yeah, sometimes they're going to be neck and neck, and other times, you lift your arm, like I said. So I vote for we just go with what's here. I think we could sit here all night and tweak this, that, and the other thing, but I really feel like this is the 3rd time we've brought it forward, and this should be our final read. That is my ultimate feeling.
So since we have 5 minutes before 10, and I need to make a motion to extend, so do you want to make a motion, Member Jones?
I make a motion to accept the dress code as is for the AR.
Okay, do we have a second? Okay, so roll call.
I thought we were making a motion to extend the meeting. Because we only have 5 minutes.
But we have to finish this item first, right? So go ahead, roll call.
Student Joy?
I'm sorry that our opinions differ. And honestly, I feel like this dress code is going to make a lot of students and a lot of parents it's just a restriction. I'm sorry. Okay.
So it's a no.
No.
Okay.
Member Thomas?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
No.
Member Plancante?
Yes.
Member Jones?
Yes.
President Hill?
Yes. So motion carries 3-2. I'm sorry, 4-2. And I understand the comments that both Member Lee and Member Nguyen have addressed. And I think that per Member Jones, that we need to figure out how to have, some intelligence applied as we actually put this into practice. So with that, can I get a motion to extend the meeting to 10:30?
I move that we extend the meeting till 10:30.
I'll second.
Yes.
Member Thomas?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
Member Plicante?
Yes.
Member Jones?
Yes.
President Hill?
Yes. Okay, motion carries. Great. Okay, so moving on to the next item, which is 1316. So, Member Wen, do you want to discuss that?
Yes. I would like for us to bring this back as a second meeting and for us to consider making changes to the language for the alternate student board member and the elimination of the student board member position. I don't agree with the elimination of the student board member position at all. I do believe that if for some reason because I don't think that the board should be in the position to say, hey, as a majority vote, approve a motion to eliminate the position. I think that student voice is really important and that students get the ability to nominate and to elect our student board member. So for me personally, that part of the language, I disagree with CSBA, and I don't necessarily think that it needs to be in there. And then for the alternate student board member, if something were to happen and our current student board member is not able to fulfill the duties, then it should also go back to the students for them to be able to appoint a new board member, new student board member to be part of our board. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Member Wen. So other comments on this? Okay, so I think that the suggestion is that we take a second look at this and bring this back at the next board meeting. Are there any additional things people want to discuss before we make that decision?
Yeah, I just wanted to emphasize once again what Member Nguyen said about how like this position is really important to the board because I'm pretty sure like once you become an adult, you don't get as much contact with students. And student culture and adult culture is completely different. And so I feel like it's really valuable just moving forward to always have this position here. And also for the alternate student board member, this spot really is a student elected spot. It's not appointed. And so that's why I think it's important to change the language to have it as a re-election. Thank you.
Okay, great. Okay,
Yeah,
so
go ahead. Oh, excuse me. I agree with the elimination of the board member position. I think that doesn't need to be in there. I agree too. Yeah, and
okay.
I don't know about the alternate board member. I think maybe that needs a little bit more discussion, because it says if the board determines that the student board member's duties are not being fulfilled, then maybe we can add language that says we send it back for the students to be decided by or nominated by their peers.
So I think we all just take this back and look at it carefully and then provide suggestions, and then we can do another markup and another review.
That's correct, because there's other language in there that gives the board power to, appoint the student, and they have to get signatures, and we want to make sure that that's not the process. The process is with the students and them being elected from their leadership peers or their student peers, and then come back to us.
Okay.
Yeah, there is that section in there that talks about it needs to be at least 10% of the ASB.
Okay. So we're going to pull this item, and we'll bring it back.
Thank you.
Okay, so moving on to Section 14.1, Board of Education Committee reports, announcements, requests, debrief, and discussion. So, Member Lee.
Regarding the dress code, once again, I respect your guys' decision. However, I wanted to emphasize once again, what I wear, what my peers wear, does not determine how smart we are, how respectful we are, and that we really need to focus on teaching, putting education on our students, that certain things are not right. And that is all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Okay, and any other updates?
Updates. I made an unofficial student board member account just so that I can spread awareness about this position. I'm planning to hopefully post something about like how to make a public comment and what are the rules of the school board and who's on the school board. And maybe, I just thought of this, but maybe I can also do a little interview of you guys so that students can know who you guys are and what's your background.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can I
Great.
ask a clarification question about, so what did you, I just want to make sure I understand what you did and where you posted it.
Yeah.
Can you share?
Oh,
that
on
with me?
Instagram.
Oh.
Yeah. So it's like, it's mainly for students, just for students. Yeah.
Okay, great. Member
I think
Thomas?
that's great. Can we maybe get you like on a commercial?
That's right, maybe on the side of a bus, right? Come to
No,
Newark
I'm not looking to
Unified.
advertiser, no,
Okay.
no. But I would like to be able, I think though, to be able to capture like a little sound bite that would kind of maybe explain that. I think that's something that is important that we provide information. And so I really like the idea of being able to do something like that. So thank you. That's a great idea.
Great, thank you. Okay, Member Thomas?
Okay, first of all, the hats assembly was outstanding. Those of you that didn't go, you really missed out. Tell you, it was just amazing, yeah. Anyway, so I enjoyed that. I enjoyed the Special Olympics. I enjoyed going to see what the coding evening with parents was all about. I'm a little disappointed that there was no Spanish translation during the meeting. So I hope we can fix that in the future.
There was a translator.
We had the translator.
No. The link for online translation.
Okay.
That's, yeah. So we posted the link, and then the next meeting, no, we don't. Okay, so the Rotary Club Foundation has grants coming up, and Ms. Beckar, if I send you a description, would you forward it for the grant request from the schools or the parent groups? Would you forward that to the? No,
Is it for scholarships
it's
or
for
is it
grants. It's
grant?
it's community grants, but we give grants to education. For example, we've given art supplies or grants to Kennedy's PTA. We've given money for costumes for ballet folklorico, things like that. So mostly the PTAs, I think, would be interested in applying for grants.
Yeah, do you have a flyer?
I
You
can
can
put
share
one
or-
together.
That would be great, because I think then what we can do is we can put it out on Parent Square,
Yeah,
and we
okay.
can make sure that it actually gets put out on all of our school sites.
Great, and we've extended the deadline to April 15th. It's an easy one-page application.
That's the easiest way for us to get out communications right now,
Okay.
is through Parent Square, and to make sure it gets out
Yeah.
to to students' families and to our employees.
Okay. Regarding the budget reductions that are coming up, I'm just feeling a little uneasy about what the plan, what the schedule is, how it's going to be mapped out, what we're going to do at future meetings and when to come up with a balanced budget, by, making those decisions. So I really would like to see more of the plan and the map and when we're going to start talking specifics. Study sessions, certainly, I think it requires maybe one or two study sessions. I remember when back in the Great Recession, how much time we spent haggling over agonizing over cuts, especially the ones that hit the classrooms. So I think it's going to be important for us to have a process that we can show the public too, that we have a process and here's the milestones for that process and here are the dates when we're going to be meeting and discussing what we need to do in terms of the budget reduction. I would like to know more about that $2 million error. Do you know it now?
I don't.
Okay, well, if you could find that out. So it's a pretty big number that people keep asking about, and I think,
It's in regards to the letter that the superintendent had sent out, the $2.2 million from the CDE that you guys had mentioned. Did we get?
We have not received a letter from the CD. The only letter we received was the one that we received in November, which I want to say was a little over $1 million. I had to go back and go look at it. There was like 4 different buckets, and then we also got a credit back for one that we apparently had fought on and asked for a waiver. And then that one waiver was actually clear. So I had to go back. Let me come back and provide you with all the information on the various dates. Some of the things we don't get from the CDE until later on in the year. We just happen to be able to pull it down from a report. And it was like an aha moment for our auditor, or for our accounting team when they saw that. And they were like, hey, you need to be aware of this. This is sitting out there. And it was in years that we did not know about. And so we did ask the question. And I'm also working with Kevin Gordon and Jack O'Connell. I was on a conversation with Jack O'Connell this past week. And in fact, we met on Monday. And he gave me some feedback. They're also looking at it. And I gave him the report. And they're going to go to work and they're going to take a look at that.
good.
And so I don't know if you remember Jack O'Connell, but he
Yeah,
used to be a state legislator.
right.
And as an advocate. And then Kevin Gordon really works on some policy initiatives. Used to be with CSBA for many, many years, and then now has a private firm. So I'm really pleased that they're willing to sit there and take this on, because it didn't impact just us. It impacted many different districts throughout California, many that may not even know unless they actually pulled that report.
Good, thank you.
You're welcome.
Just a few other things. The minutes, if we can get those fixed and brought back. And the uploading of the approved policies. We've uploaded board bylaws, and I understand there's not a staff person responsible for loading those into Gamut after we've approved them, so I just don't want us to lose sight of that. And then there's
Can I ask a question? Are there prior ones that were never loaded up, or are you just referring to the ones that we're doing tonight?
There's prior ones. There's 3 prior ones that I notified the superintendent were not uploaded yet, and so.
If you could work with me on those, I will work with the staff to see if we can't get those loaded up, and they should be loaded up on Gamut. They should be available as being relevant now.
Those were the ones on the spreadsheet that we were talking about, that they say board approved now in the column. And so those are the ones that need to be updated. And I'll go back in tomorrow morning and add all this information in so that we're updated from tonight.
Okay. And then inside that document, just as a clarification.
Yeah.
Does it actually have the embedded policy there too inside them? I know some of them had it and some of them didn't when we were looking at it, right? Like
Yeah, we'll need to have the person from each of the departments to be able to do that embedding so that we can bump it over, or so that it can get bumped over. But if we go back and tell, if you go back and I could give you a list by department as to which ones need to be put into Gamut now, then we can, and Nancy and I can work with you on that. But I do try to go in and update board approved immediately.
All right, I really want to thank both of you for your work on that. I know it was a tremendous amount of work. I know we spent hours just going through it to make sure it was absolutely accurate before we put it onto the board agenda. There was a lot of time that was dedicated to making sure that this was as right as possible for you to be able to make and weigh in on it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and also, I'd just like to comment that the amount of work you have done, was catching up on years of not doing this, right? And so, and to be able to do this in a little more than a year, right, is a pretty good effort.
Then, lastly, I'd like to learn a lot more about Project Connect. It's the first time I heard about it tonight, and apparently there are sessions or sections at the high school that are for intervention that were not in the master schedule.
Oh, no, they're not classes.
Sections.
It's, the Project Connect is not a class.
I don't think it's a class.
He mentioned that there were 4, 5, 6 students in
No,
it.
they identified the students and they're giving.
Okay, well, I know for a fact that there's at least two sections by a teacher that are dedicated to intervention. And I think intervention is extremely important, especially when we have so many students having Fs and Ds, freshmen. And so just to learn, and that really is about student achievement, our number one priority. So I'd like to really learn more about what that is all about. What is Project Connect? How does it work? Who's delivering it? And a little bit more about its success measures. I mean, I think that's as close as we can get to when our, fixing some of the big problems at the high school with students failing.
And sorry, but I'm the timekeeper. Okay. So we got 20 minutes. But I think
thank you.
Duly noted. So Member Wen?
Okay, I'm going to read fast. I just wanted to, again, like Member Thomas had said, HATS was really wonderful because it does really showcase our diverse community and so many clubs and wonderful clubs that the students are involved in and are dedicated to, and they're learning about their culture and sharing their culture with other students at the high school. And I just really want to, I actually went to both HATS assembly, the one in the afternoon and the one in the evening. In the afternoon, I wanted to thank Mayor Hannon, Councilmember Bucci, and Councilmember Jorgens, and City Manager Benoon for coming to support our students at HATS and for also recognizing our boys varsity CIF champions with commendations. They presented certificates of hard work and dedication to the school and representing the community well. So I just wanted to, again, say thank you to them, our city electeds, and being involved with our students. So thank you so much. And then also a special thank you and appreciation for Ms. Ruth Ann Dalton, Office Manager at BGP. I stopped by to read to a second grade classroom during Read Across America, a day after Principal Ditto was put on administrative leave. As I was waiting to be checked in, I took the time to observe the interactions of the office staff with parents and students, and I was in awe. Ms. Ruth Ann Dalton was diligently there working hard to not only support students and families, but also address staff and teachers' needs as well. She was supporting everyone, running BGP, stepping up, and doing the work without support herself. Thank you, Ms. Ruth Ann Dalton, for embracing your role and for going above and beyond. We appreciate your dedication and hard work. And then, and also, I do have pause and concern regarding an email that was sent out to the district via Parent Square, and it was sent out by a previous employee's account, Mr. Rose, and as someone who's been in IT for a long time, I know that his account is an administrative account, and with whoever's stepping in his place, I would suggest that we create a new account for the new user and assign administrative privileges to that user, and then disable Mr. Rose's account, because that is the correct way to do it. And that needs to be done. So, and if there are any other accounts in the district that is, if employees have left, we definitely need to disable the accounts because that creates a security breach. And if passwords aren't changed, we can easily get hacked, and that's something that we cannot have. Thank you. So that's my one request.
Okay, thank you, Member Wine. Member Plancarte?
I'd also like to echo my fellow board members here about the hats assembly. That was incredible. These kids, I didn't realize, but Sarah Canales, she walked me through the process, and these kids start practicing in July, and it's incredible. The amount of work ethic that goes into it, and really the pride of their culture. You can see it, and so that was a great event. So thank you so much, Joy, for inviting us, and also to Principal Murphy as well, and to Sarah Canales for really coordinating that, and for all of the families and students involved as well. And I wanted to also thank a few of the teachers at Birch Grove Primary, Amanda Lai, Ms. Jorgens, and Ms. Kawabata. It's not new news that the Birch Grove cafeteria is in dire need of repair. And one of the conversations that I had as we were walking through the site, and this is in regards to our safety, and that's also part of our goals as well, is the fact that the building is not, in fact, 60 years old. It is 30 years old. And so the question was about making sure that can the insurance company possibly, did they get all of the information correctly? And that's my question, is if they got that information, because there's some sort of miscommunication surrounding that, about, that the insurance didn't know that the cafeteria was a lot younger than 60 years old. So I just wanted to just make sure that I asked that question, and if I have support from my board members and to go ahead and have you look into that, that would be great, at least just to dot our I's and cross our T's where that's concerned, because that cafeteria is very much in dire need of repair. And then also, I just wanted to piggyback on what Ms. Villa mentioned about the grant for the $200,000, and if they can get an update on that as well, because if that's money that we have there, I'd hate for our teachers to lose out on that. Thank you.
Thank
I
you,
have all
Member.
those items noted. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Plancarte. Member Jones?
Yeah, I have a very short update. We had our SELPA meeting for March, and there we reviewed the infant program and the SELPA contributions and projected operating budget. That was gone over. It's very detailed. I'm not going to go into any details, but if you want information on that, I am happy to pass that on to you if you email me. And then upcoming Special Olympics, the track and field will be at Logan High School in Union City on May 10th. That is a Friday, and it usually starts about 10. I will have more information in the future about that, but it was I went last year, it was a fabulous event. And that is really all, other than I was very sorry to miss the hats presentation. I really wanted to go, but was unavailable that night. I was at a birthday party in Los Banos, so it was pretty hard to be in both places at once. But I really missed that because I loved it last year. It was really fun. So thank you for the invite. Very cool. I would have loved to see it.
Okay, thank you, Member Jones. So, no major updates. I mean, none of the committees that I'm serving on have met recently. Did attend a DLI status meeting last Monday, and Member Nguyen and Member Jones were a part of that, and so talked about current status and also talked about the importance of kind of getting the word out about the program. But that's it really kind of in terms of updates. A request that I have of the board, when we're talking about dress code, so that's kind of a norm, right? And there's norms throughout society. And one thing that I'm particularly sensitive to as a teacher is the whole topic of cell phones. And people who know me know that that's kind of a hot button. And at the risk of mansplaining, but I think actually that's not the perfect term to describe here. I would rather call it teacher-splaining. So when I went through my certificated program at San Jose State, it was really a great program, and it talked about how people learn. And I took a whole semester in educational psychology, and one of the things that the experts have studied as it relates to the brain is they were looking at how does knowledge acquisition actually happen. And they talk about how there's stages, and they've actually mapped this out. But they've said that in order for learning to occur, no learning can occur until you actually have what they call attention, and I forget, it's an acronym for something. But literally what it says is that until people are actually paying attention to the topic that's being discussed, no learning can occur. And that's really drilled into us, and anybody that's a teacher understands that. So that's one of the reasons why I have a policy in my class that basically says while we're having lessons, the cell phones are put away, they're put in the cell phone cubby. And also even prior to me becoming a teacher when I was in corporate America, when I was holding meetings, I was pretty insistent that people didn't have their laptops open, that they didn't have their cell phones out. And the reason why is because we should all be in the game. People talk about meetings being like a huddle, and so communication is happening. If not everybody is paying attention to what's happening, then you have to re-communicate, or you have confusion, right? And so then people end up going off script, and then you actually have to spend more time actually redoing things rather than just staying focused that one time. So the request that I have is that on an informal basis, that we adopt a norm that up here on the dais during open session, that we don't use our cell phones. I think with the exception of maybe somebody like Ms. Euster that needs to coordinate certain things, but that we keep our cell phones off. Obviously, if we're on break, that's like a different thing. And we adopt an informal norm, and then, but certainly this is not an action item. I'm just requesting that we have an informal norm around that. But I would say that once we get to the point where we actually talk about our board handbook, that we talk about this, maybe making this a formal norm. So that's my only request at this point. So Superintendent Vakar, any parting comments?
Just one. You know that we've been kind of aching through some of our technology issues here inside the boardroom. It's been really difficult on staff and on all of us who are trying to present and provide you and the community with really good information. We really do need to do some updates. I have asked staff to look at purchasing, so we can no longer update these devices to some of the latest things that we need to have done. So IT has explained that to me. They did look at some models of computers, and I wanted to ask whether or not you'd rather have a regular computer like this, or would you rather have a laptop? And so something that I don't need to ask about now, but it's something that I do have real concerns that you don't have access to board docs in a way that we need to have, and how we really need to integrate it to be able to be efficient. And then also for us to be able to do presentations in a quality way so that whoever is manning this desk over here isn't struggling so much. It really has been a real struggle. And it's a struggle for staff throughout the day as we get ready for the board meeting. I just want you to know that there's things that we're doing behind the scenes, and it's frustrating because a lot of stuff goes into it. And it helps when you've got some support pieces, but we shouldn't be spending this many hours having to worry about trying to upload presentations. And we're spending an inordinate amount of time doing that. So you need to know that. And it's frustrating because I know it's frustrating to the community, and it's frustrating to me because people put in time to make their presentations really good and high quality for you to be able to understand and be able to present on.
Well, what I would say, Ms. Vakar, is that Obviously, you have an approval limit, right? And I think that the changes that you're talking about are probably well below that approval limit. And given the fact that that this is a public meeting, that where we're in public and we're trying to be transparent, that it's important for us to be able to have the technology. And so I would say, if it's under your approval limit, go do it. If it's not, come back to the board with a proposal. That's my suggestion, but, I don't know if the board has different opinions on that.
What was the reference to the laptop instead of this computer?
Well, basically, either a desktop versus a laptop, and some boards have moved to a laptop model. I just didn't know if there was a preference. And I think what I'll do is I will talk with the board president about that and discuss that.
Yeah, I mean,
my suggestion, I think we all have enough devices. I don't want to have another one, so I'd rather that we stick with desktops, but just make sure they're powerful enough.
Yeah. I mean, I think there needs to be an assessment, obviously, as to how to make it more efficient for staff. But in terms of the dais here, if replacing the desktops is probably going to be more more economical in terms of that, because, these still work, the monitors still work. It's just the functionality of the operating system, which is on Windows 7, so.
It was just a brief discussion. I'm not asking you to take a vote or do anything like that. I just wanted to see if I could get some feedback on that, just because we hadn't discussed, but I know it's been a frustration.
Yeah, I mean, assess with the IT team and then just report back to us.
Yeah. The only thing I was going to add to that is to look at the cost and to be the most efficient in terms of cost. But yes, we need to have our technology on the dais up and, to 2024.
yeah, I think we really need technology so the people at home can see our presentations instead of just having it broadcast. And there is technology available to make that happen. So,
Yeah, we live in the 21st century.
And I'd vote for it, even if it's over your limit.
There's no voting going on here tonight. It's not on the agenda.
Okay, so, is that it, Superintendent? Okay.
That's it. Oh, before I end,
Go ahead.
talking about desktops, I also want to shed light back into our classrooms and how we have computers that are still broken, that are still not working, and that are extremely slow, so that I personally bring my own laptop to school because it's so slow, and I get work faster done that way. I motion to call this meeting to an end at 10:28 p.m.
I'll second.
Roll call.
Student Joy?
Yes.
Member Thomas?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
Member Plancante?
Yes.
Member Jones?
Yes.
And President Hill.
Yes, all right, motion carries. All right, we made it in 10:30. All right, excellent.